Doug's raring to go. Jackson's raring to go.
Where's Tim? Where is the man? Where's Tim? Who's got him? Why won't they release him? Turn him loose.
Kind of like the Lindbergh baby?
Mm-hmm.
Missing? No, Tim is fine. Doug, he's fine. He's on
I hope so.
vacation. He used to take those 3-week vacations at the Four Fox, and Savard would get sideways.
Yeah.
Tim is on vacation. He's back next week. But it is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen. Martin, Doug, Jackson, the Kurt here till 11 o'clock. And we're ready to go, Doug, on this Friday.
Okay.
We're raring to go. Were you here last Friday on the 4th? Did you just do kind of a mock show? Sometimes
I did a show from home.
Did you?
Even though we weren't on the air, I sat in my bedroom and spit hot takes for about 4 hours. You know,
family walks in. What's Dad doing? Practicing hot takes,
so the neighbors could hear some of my ranting.
Starts screaming about Bronny James. Total nepotism. Ridiculous. He's on the front page of ESPN.com. This was last night at about 11 o'clock. And I said to myself, why is LeBron James' son? It's the Summer League.
Playing Cooper Flag last night.
You got Wimbledon. You got baseball. But Bronny, okay. So he did something pretty cool? No, it says misses game-winning tray.
Right. He missed a shot.
So this is why people hate the media. Huge headline. Bronny misses. Was it the NBA Finals? I see it. Summer League.
Right.
Front page. And it's still there. It's still the top story. There's your hot take, Doug.
That was the lead story in all of sports.
That's what it says. Look, go there right now.
Bronny James missed. I see it. I'm looking at it.
That's been on. That has been their top story for about 12 hours. Not quite. Jackson probably agrees.
There wasn't a real obvious lead story in all of sports, but gosh, it's got to be something other than that. Pick something in baseball, anything. Yankees no hit through 7, down 5-0, rally past the Mariners.
But Bronny making a 3, that's kind of cool.
You see that slide by Volpe last night? It's gorgeous.
I missed the slide
on Judge's sac fly, right, to win the game.
I didn't see it.
So that could have been the headline.
Yeah.
That could have been the lead.
Volpe had a great slide.
It is the Friday edition of the Morning After. You get to play ball with us. It's the text line. Air Covered Service text line at 399-9646. Doug, what percentage of listeners do you think text in and have that number just locked in their phone? 80%? 90%?
I think maybe 5 or 6 guys.
The majority already know the number, but that
Probably
is
so.
399-9646. You can call in. It's a phone fun Friday. Collier Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. It seems really popular when we go to the phones, Doug. The texters love it. Critics love it. We also have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and I am not going to ignore you people today. Right out of that's called taxes, Doug.
Okay.
And they want to talk about Kerber, Vitale. There's been huge news in the Blues broadcast booth. Caught a lot of people off guard. John Kelly out. They're going to simulcast TV and radio next season. We have Joey Vitale on the show. His Friday visit is coming up at 8 o'clock. We have a Stiefel dossier that tells me Joey Vitale is coming up at 8 o'clock.
Do you think that could be in the future for the Cardinals, too? If they would start simulcasting games?
I think the biggest question, we'll get into it, our thoughts on it as well. We're obviously the Blues radio flagship. I hated to hear the news. Love John Kelly.
I think we all did.
Thought he was great. My hope, and I don't know, is that they gave him plenty of warning because there's only a few of those jobs out there. I hope he was given enough warning time. I hope he was treated properly. He deserves that for sure. But I wonder, do you care if it's a simulcast? Apparently the Stars, the Sabres, there's a lot of teams, not a lot of teams, but other teams have done it. I don't think you see it as much in other sports. There's not a comp in the NFL because you have a national broadcast for all your games, and then you have a local radio. But in baseball, that's a good question. NBA, you have a lot of national games, but you also have a regional package, a local package. Does the viewer, certainly it can save money, but it is sort of alarming when you went from John Kelly, Darren Pang 2 years ago. Both are gone. Yeah. Probably one of the top duos in the NHL. And so for those who missed it, the Blues made the announcement themselves, put out a press release. Chris Kerber, who's been with the team since 2000, he and Joey Vitale have been doing radio together for 7 years. Their call will now be the TV call on FanDuel Sports Network. So I would think, and I don't know all the logistics on this. I love logistics. The TV would drive the production. You do it you can't just have a camera of guys doing radio. So it'll be a TV call, and then that'll be carried here on 101 ESPN. The Jamie Rivers on this station, who had been doing the games with John Kelly, he's still part of the broadcast on the pregame, postgame, Blues Live, along with Bernie Federico. I did see Chris Pronger is going to get some more play. Looking forward to that.
Is not.
Alexa Dad, who'd been with some of those Blues Live shows, will not. Strickland, friend of the show, is going to do more ringside reporting, and I believe on the road will host when they have those shows, Blues Live. But the headline, of course, John Kelly's been here 20 years. His dad was the announcer for 21 years. Doug, you're probably old enough, right, to remember Dan Kelly, the radio announcer.
Yeah.
Immensely popular. Canadian legend, too. It's not just, a lot of times in St. Louis, we're guilty of it. We talk about our own things and pump them up a little bit. Dan Kelly is revered in Canada.
Yeah, maybe the best ever. When he was around and they would have the Stanley Cup Finals on network TV, he would be the local guy picked to call it. He was the best going.
And Danny Kelly, John's younger brother, did Blues radio for a while. And it is interesting how it's come full circle, because when John was hired, not his fault, but Ken Wilson was let go. And for the feel-good organization, we always talk about the Blues. They get handled with kid gloves when they lose. Everybody says, oh, well, go get them next year, fellas. They don't get sort of just hammered by fans and media the way the Cardinals can. But when Ken Wilson got like that was a big one. So they've had two really big announcements, Cardinal-wise. Nothing. I'm trying to think of a comp on the Cardinals side in terms of announcers.
Well, they fired Harry Carey.
That's probably the biggest. That's a big one.
Way back in the 60s.
Were you there at the Chase, Doug, doing a live shot when he got hit by a car?
Not quite. That was a separate incident. He tried to cross Kings Highway there by the Chase and got hit by a car.
But the football Cardinals, the Rams, trying to think.
Announcer shakeups?
Yeah, announcer shakeups. I think the Blues have had maybe the two biggest, with Ken Wilson, who was immensely popular, but wasn't necessarily popular with his bosses.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the fans at the time said, well, we don't care. And then John Kelly stepped in after that and has been the TV voice for 20 years. And I think he and Pang are together for more than a decade. So their plan is simulcast. So Kerber and Vitale will be on the TV, FanDuel Sports Network, and then simulcast on radio. And then Rivers, Bernie Federico, Chris Pronger, all part of the pre and post-game, and more responsibilities for Andy Strickland as well. But do fans care if it's a simulcast? Because I think you have to make it about TV first, and then on the radio, is it a little bit, like if you go up Sirius XM, you're going to hear Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. That's television on radio. And there probably are times you say, well, what are they looking at? What are they showing? But not maybe enough for it to be an issue.
Well, Kerber and Joey are so good that I don't think the simulcast will be much of a problem. John Kelly almost did a radio-style broadcast on TV, too, when he was doing it. So I don't think that'll be the problem. I think people just miss John Kelly.
Yeah.
They love Kerber, and they love Kelly. They love them both.
Yeah, I think it's a tough spot because people, and on this show, we're friends with all these people. But I just hate it for John Kelly. I hope they treated him right. I don't know. But that would be my guess. We know these things happen. We stepped in here, and Randy and Dan and Brooke are friends of ours. So not to be hypocritical at all, it does happen in our industry, and you can still be part of it and not like it. I'd be willing to bet Kerber and Joey will be with us, but it's an uncomfortable spot for them as well. And I don't know. I'm not going to tell the Blues. We like to tell them how to do things in the hockey world, but I just wish there was a spot for him in the organization. That's sort of my gut on this, unless he's got another opportunity somewhere else to do play-by-play. I just wish there was some role, senior broadcasting or in-house. I wish that were possible if there isn't another hockey opportunity for him.
And he's probably not real pumped up about moving to another town. I don't know that for sure. But I wouldn't think that he would be excited to go somewhere else and kind of start over with another team. Maybe he will, and maybe that's in the cards for him. Whatever he wants, I hope that he finds it, because he sure did a fantastic job for the Blues for a couple decades. But the media landscape is really changing quickly. It's always kind of been a fluid thing. But just in the last few years, the regional sports networks and radio and television in general is going through major changes. And you're talking high finance with these regional TV networks, and they're trying to consolidate and save a buck or two, and they don't throw around the money that they once did. Remember, they gave the Cardinals like a $1 billion contract, didn't they? 10 years for $1 billion a few years ago. And those days when the money just pours in, those days are gone. I guess it's because there's so many other media options right now. The money's being divided into so many different pieces now. The pie's getting sliced up thinner and thinner, that they just don't have the money that they once had, and so they've got to find ways to consolidate and save wherever they can.
Yeah, people are still consuming the media product, whether it's radio, TV, podcasting certainly is huge. But I think the question is, how do they get it? And that's what the Blues, the Cardinals, so how do they get it? It used to be you just sit in front of your TV and Channel 5, Channel 11 had the games. And then it started with cable, and now it's on other, outlets and YouTube and whatnot. I don't know. The Cardinals are on YouTube. Wasn't that? We've discussed this ad nauseum, but it's amazing how it shifted so quickly. Jackson, are the Cardinals on YouTube?
You mean like YouTube TV?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay, because that's a recent development, right? I just mentioned the different ways people consume Cardinals and Blues. The app now, you can get it direct, I believe.
Yeah, so that is the answer for those who would have like something like YouTube TV, non-cable packages. You can pay just for the Cardinals Blues games and stuff like that.
And it probably never made sense when you had cable. You had, the Outdoor Life Network. You had Spike TV, all great channels, of course. But you paid for all of that, and now I guess you just pick. Here's what I always wished: the cable company would let you do the Chinese menu, where you'd pick the 12 stations you want. Yes. But they didn't. And the model certainly has changed dramatically. So some Blues thoughts. A lot of people are texting in about that. We'll read as many as we can. We're not going to audit any of that. You're welcome to chime in. I'd say online last night, and certainly anytime you make a huge move, surprising announcement, it tends to be more negative, but it was extremely negative on social media what it's worth.
It seems like we really love our play-by-play announcers in St. Louis and have forever. I guess every town is probably like this, but the fans of the Blues and the Cardinals, and before that the Rams, really have an attachment to their announcers. And when there's a change, especially when it involves a beloved member of the broadcast crew, people really get upset by it.
And you're rarely bigger than the team or the job, with the exception of Mike Shannon, who sued the Cardinals. He works for the Cardinals, Doug, and he sues them over his building. And when they were doing Ballpark Village, it was in the papers. Mike Shannon, who works for the Cardinals, was paid a handsome fee, sued the team. And everybody was on his side. Unbelievable. There'll never be anything like that in our industry. There's no comp for that. We will get to your text, your phone calls, the YouTube chat. You are not being ignored. Okay? Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's the Brown and Crouppen morning after. Let's talk some Cardinals. How about Miles Mikolas, just as Doug predicted? Not so bad. In fact, pretty good. But what about this Fedde situation? It's the morning after, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. The Cubbies are saying the flags in the bag. The Cardinals are winning, it's too soon to brag. But when it's all over and October's here, Alberta will win it, 'cause this is our year. Look out, because we're swinging our
Our friend in the 817 said YouTube, Dan Kelly's St. Louis Blues 68-69 season recap. It's a great listen. Here, Doug, something to do later in the day. Guys, are going to let Joey talk about the zoo at his house on TV. We'll find out. Guys, Tim should be doing all of the broadcasts for all of the sports in America.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. It is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Croup and Martin. Doug, Jackson with you on this Friday. Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. He had a rough Thursday because he talked to a lot of folks. That's a lot of vetting, Doug. Of the thousands of people that called, 5 or 6 got in. One may still be on hold. But he's had his hands full with the phone lines. Cards win. They win the series. I will say, I understand your overall premise, yet we pretend we don't. But winning that series, I do think that was big. So you got the Nationals in town. You're coming up against the All-Star break. If you drop 2 out of 3 to Washington, a team that's in last place, wouldn't that have been a dispiriting 3-game set?
Oh, sure. Yeah, would have.
But they get the dub. And Miles Mikolas, 5 2/3, 2 hits, no runs, 6 Ks. Can you call it a standing O if it wasn't exactly a packed house? For those who were there, it was a bit of a, I'll call it a bit of a standing O.
Yeah.
Now that I would not have predicted.
I got to see some of the game. I'll tell you why I couldn't see most of it later. But Mikolas,
Talk about a tease.
he was really sharp. His control was pinpoint. He was on the corners. He had a sharp breaking ball going. He touched 95 on the gun.
Set down 13 straight.
Yeah, 13 or 14. Yeah. When his control is on like that, he's tough. But he doesn't throw hard enough that he can be wild in the strike zone and survive it.
Right.
But when he's on the corners like he was last night, he's tough.
And I did hear Rick Horton say, I think he's working inside more, that he'd gotten away from that. And he even said in the postgame, I was down the middle a lot against the Cubs, and I wasn't down there, but I felt like saying, we know. It's unbelievable how that you can be that bad. And I did. Dusty Blake in the pregame, the pitching coach for the Cardinals, said, if you look at prior to this 2-game stretch, he said 11 of his 13 were pretty good. He said, I get it. Narratives can flip. I do think there's a difference between Mikolas and Fedde. And when we would talk about Fedde on Monday, a lot of people texted, why are you guys letting Mikolas off the hook? Because his start on Friday was just horrific. The difference was, and still is, for Mikolas, it was 2 bad ones in a row. 2 really bad ones in a row. For Fedde, it was a 3rd bad one. And that's something I want to get into with this Fedde discussion. But I do think with Mikolas, they were looking at, I didn't bitch and moan about him starting last night. I was concerned, but I understood why. The Fedde one, I don't understand. But Mikolas, Doug, you had him going, what? You said about 5 innings, 2 runs?
6 innings and giving up 3 runs, and he was even better than that.
Better than that. Why'd you cut him short?
I shouldn't have.
Why do you hate mustaches?
I don't hate mustaches. I can't grow one myself. But I don't hate them.
Okay.
And it does help pitching against the Nationals as opposed to the Cubs. But I think with the stuff he had last night, he'd have been pretty good against anybody because he was really sharp.
Philip Seymour Dorfman texting in, not going to lie, when Mikolas gave up the leadoff double, I stopped watching.
Well, that was tough. Yeah.
When that happened, I thought, oh, my God. Mo, just leave now. If this guy just gets lit up, and that was a bad start, and then he settled in. And we've seen him do this, and it's amazing at the big league level where everybody that you hear about throws 98 to 100. It's amazing that a guy who seems to be soft tossing it up there, and maybe that's the biggest thing, is it's just so different from what they normally see. They just can't adjust. It's not quite La with Dave LaRoche.
Right.
But
he did hit 95.
Yeah.
At least the part that I was watching. I couldn't see it all, of course.
Okay, Doug.
I watched some of it. I would have loved to have seen
Jackson,
some of it.
don't you want to know why?
I am chomping at the bit.
Don't you think that's a tease, but it's not an effective tease because it's pissing us off that we want to know why?
Yeah.
And we want to know now.
Why are you doing this to us, man?
Like at dinner, I had it on in the kitchen, and I was keeping an eye on it, and I got to see some of it.
What'd you have for dinner?
What did I have?
Guys, we're trying to get to the meat of the story.
Chicken patty?
Grilled chicken.
Okay, I thought like a
How you already
cafeteria.
knew he had grilled chicken.
Yeah.
Well,
You
Grilled
lived
chicken,
with him
broccoli.
in Florida. What did he have for dinner every day? Every night.
Grilled chicken and apple juice.
So I watched a little of it, and then I retired to the den, and I couldn't find the remote.
Oh,
And I never did find the remote. We had grandson Gordy over for a couple of days. He's now a year and a half, and he can climb on couches, and he can go upstairs and do everything physically that he wants to do. And I think he took the remote, and I couldn't get the TV on.
Oh, my God.
I looked in the couches. I looked in the fireplace.
Oh, my God.
I was out going through the trash can. I was at the downstairs in the workbench. I was looking in behind wallpaper. Nowhere could I find the remote. And I couldn't get the TV on.
Old.
You could have gone back in the kitchen and watched it there.
I had to, but I didn't want to.
But if you're committed to Cardinal baseball, you go back in the kitchen and watch.
I was committed to finding the remote.
How much time, honestly, how much time do you think you spent?
Hour and a half.
Oh, my God.
Every room. I went in every room in the house. Finally went on Amazon and bought a new one. That's coming Saturday.
I'm tired.
I won't be able to watch TV at all today. Not at all. Can't get the TV on. Don't have the remote.
And you know exactly what happens. When that new remote shows up at the door, that's when you'll find the old
other one.
one.
It'll be sitting right on the coffee table, right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. No, I don't have a remote. So I'd like to tell you what happened in the latter innings. I frankly don't know.
It's a great question. What do you do when that's missing?
Well, couldn't you have gone back to the kitchen and just stood at the counter?
If I wanted to, I was looking for the remote.
But how do you move? Can you get your phone? Not that Doug or I could do this, but could you get your phone to link up with the TV in some fashion?
You probably could. I feel bad for you, Doug, because I'm like super anal about always putting my remote in the same place every time so I don't lose it. And like you said, your grandson's over and
He took it. I know he took it.
Who knows where it goes from there?
Yeah.
It could be in the attic. It could be in the mailbox.
Yeah.
Who knows?
The Airbnb always has like a huge Velcro strip on the wall, like place remote here.
Yeah.
Because you could see that easily disappear.
And this TV, my big TV in the den, of course.
Ooh, bust.
The design of it is
This
not
guy.
great, and the knob or whatever you'd hit to turn it on or plug in the other cords is way behind the TV. You can't even reach it unless you took the thing off the wall. So I couldn't get to it that way either.
Now, it's a cable box situation on your big TV in the den,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Is it also a cable box in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Then I think wouldn't the remote work for both? Like you could calibrate it and make the
It will
remote-
turn the cable on, but not the TV.
Can't you turn the TV on the side? Isn't there like a manual?
That's what I'm saying. The manual is behind.
Oh, okay.
It's behind everything. I guess I saved $100 by buying this TCL TV.
But really, you've hamstrung yourself.
Yes, I can't get to it now.
So when did you resign yourself to the fact you just wouldn't be able to find it?
Well, I went outside and walked it off, walked about a mile.
Did you?
Steam coming out of my ears. And then went back and looked again, started looking in like the toaster and the silverware drawer and places like that. Nope. So then I trudged up to the computer and ordered one on Amazon. I hope it's compatible. Gosh, I hope it's compatible. I was thinking about paying for this kid's college. That's out. That is out.
Done.
Somebody said you should have beat his ass. I don't think that's appropriate. That's what the
Next time you're gonna make a smoothie next time, and it's gonna be in the blender. You're gonna have a remote smoothie.
I guess when a kid is that age, a toddler, the arms are just everywhere. It's nonstop. It's like kind of like an octopus. They don't have 2 arms; they have like 8.
Yeah. Man, that stinks.
Oh,
Get this old and air tag. Jay Killa has phoned into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 974-0101. Jay Killa has some hot takes for you, Doug, apparently. Jay Killa, I believe, texted in also and said, focus, if that's the right text as well. Jay Killa is on the line.
okay. Hello, Jay.
Last name.
Hello, Killa.
Good morning, fellas.
Oh, we're fine.
How y'all doing today?
We're fine. You?
I'm doing great. Having a great Friday. I'm glad you guys are feeling good.
Yeah, we're feeling great. We're feeling great, except for the remote. But other than that, we're doing okay. We'll be able to watch TV tonight. Not in the big one.
No, it's
anyway.
just random since it's free for all Friday. I know, like, everybody's hyper-focused on Cardinals and the pitching disaster and blah, blah, blah. I just always think it's ridiculous. Like, ESPN's on this big surge of, we love Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's first ballot Hall of Fame coach, and they're the standard of the NFL, which is all trash. Let's be honest. Like, I can't get around that at all. Like, he's the first ballot Hall of Fame coach that hasn't won a playoff game in almost 10 years.
And this is bothering you, Jay Killa, on this Friday morning?
I mean, it's not bothering me. It's just silly. Like, all of a sudden, it seems, besides you guys, I feel like your show is the best as far as, like, not real bias, and you guys just, like, talk real, as opposed to a little bit more of the, I feel like you guys are, like, less corporate. I feel like there's this weird Pittsburgh Steelers almost taking over the Cowboys, like, silly, they're going to be great, like the Notre Dame of, college football. They get the high seed and they're going to be great, but they never, like, show up when it matters. And, like, it's weird to me that this has become, like, the standard, and everyone's like, yeah, Mike Tomlin, Hall of Fame, first ballot, no sweat. But then, like, you look at his resume, it's not good.
Well, you do understand we're not a national show, so we don't talk a lot about the Pittsburgh Steelers?
No, I do understand that. I feel like there's people that have gone, like, local. I'm not going to mention names.
Okay.
Have gone local to national that now have switched over from being a little bit more local, humble, talking real sports to now we're going to get on this national news that's, like, terrible taste.
No.
Like, I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, the Pittsburgh Steelers are
Why are we talking
They're
about
mediocrity.
Jay Killa, can I ask you? You texted in earlier. It simply said focus. I'd encourage that as well. What was that about?
Oh, it was just funny, like, how it went from you guys talking about the Cardinals and, like, everybody's been giving heat on the pitching. Obviously, Eric Fedde's been an absolute disaster, and Mikolas he shows up when he wants to show up. But then it went into the I lost the remote.
Yeah, I can't find it.
We don't know what.
I don't think you're helping us, though.
On, and I'm like, damn it! Can you guys pull it back together?
No, we can't. And then we went to you, and I think we've gotten even more sideways. Congratulations, however. The texter said, congratulations, Jay Killa. How about that? You just had the worst call in TMA history. That's what I said.
Oh, boy.
I know.
Talk never ends. But I'm just saying, like, real stats. I don't know. I'm just a sports guy. I like sports. I like football, all that. I'm just saying, like, I just don't understand the hype. Like, 8.
Okay, I think I appreciate the call, and I encourage the calls, Doug. Mm-hmm. And then I immediately wonder, why did I? No, I'm kidding. Jay Killa, thanks so much. Mm-hmm. We will get to your Mike Tomlin discussion next Wednesday at 10:58, I think. Jackson, you write that down, next Wednesday, and then just throw it at Tim.
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
Okay.
Is there a push to get Mike Tomlin in the Hall of Fame that I'm not aware of?
I'm a little detached in early July from the NFL.
Steelers talk.
Yeah, I'm a little detached.
I do think we've made the comparison that they were kind of the Cardinals of the NFL, where they're always just good enough. They kind of just get in, but they don't really do anything.
I think Pittsburgh is always an interesting comp for St. Louis, both sports-wise.
Just town-wise?
Yeah.
On the subject of the NFL, remember when I was warning people about the danger of fireworks? You see the Chargers running back Najee Harris.
I thought of you when I saw
sustained an eye injury and fireworks mishap, and a couple people with him lost fingers.
Gosh.
Is it worth it?
DJ Patty Cakes in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
there we
chat.
Go. Jackie Papers has got your chat back.
He said, this is a terrible take. Bleach! Yeah, this is terrible from Kitty Bates. This guy really needs a hobby. Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Bill Reloaded says, Mike Tomlin, you are getting held accountable right now.
I thought it was a Francesa type call where they was just messing with us.
Arbor Day says 100% this guy wears Velcro shoes.
Doug just read a text from Arbor Day. I guess we're back.
Well, yeah, his suspension is expired.
Proof's in the pudding there.
Did you notice we had Earth Day texting in for a while, and then we had Flag Day. I don't know who those were from, Doug.
Yeah, just
because Arbor Day was banned, but I was reading text from Earth Day and Flag Day. A lot of bleach suggestions, of course. Is this Pestis' son?
No. But we like the calls.
Absolutely.
We do.
And sometimes the worse they are, the better it makes it.
Like, could any of us have predicted where that call was going to go when he started?
I'm not sure Mike Tomlin's name has been mentioned on this show in over a year.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
maybe
he's saying
two.
The mothership. likes to talk NFL, and I guess Mike Tomlin gets talked about a lot.
Do you think
and now you got Aaron Rodgers? Oh, my God.
You think the mothership shows, field show, calls about us?
That's what I thought. Maybe he thought we were a national show.
Yeah.
And it's nice that someone's finally not talking about Mike Tomlin.
No, Jake Hill has been around before.
Has he?
Local.
I feel like I know that name.
Yeah, I've seen him.
And you're always, Jake Hill, I'm sorry that so many folks out there want you to have some bleach with your eggs this morning, but
Don't be a stranger. Call in whenever you want. We will
My
take.
wife has said, all the people I could call in get ripped to pieces. She said, why would they do it? I think it was Pele Blanco, who's a wonderful texter, called in, and I think by the end of it, he was just demoralized.
Yeah. Some go back into hiding.
You.
Gary, come back.
Gary, come back. No, you.
That reminds me of the Will Clark rant, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
Martin, will you wish my friend Chris a happy birthday, please? That's from Rusty Pecker. Chris, friend of Rusty Pecker, happy birthday.
Now, I don't see anything wrong, really, with Velcro shoes.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
If it makes it easier. If it makes it easier, yeah.
Slip-ons are pretty popular.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah. You like a slip-on? I've seen you wear some slip-ons.
I'm wearing them now.
Are you? Yeah.
Didn't you say Velcro was a product of the space program?
Yeah.
That and Tang?
Tang was big for the astronauts, yeah.
I think vacuum cleaners as well. I think
Vacuum cleaners? They were around before space.
No, I know, but I think a lot of vacuum technology came out of space research.
Technology.
Why would Velcro shoes help the astronauts?
How are you going to tie those shoes when you
I
got
don't
those
think it was
big old
shoes.
gloves on?
It was a way of getting things to attach when you lose gravity.
Well, why don't you
that makes way
Velcro that
more
remote
sense.
to your shoes, Doug? That was a pretend text I just made up.
By the way, Jake Hill has got me wanting to get the pulse of the audience. So if you head to the Twitter tweets, I got a poll up. Is Mike Tomlin a Hall of Fame coach?
Oh, God.
Mike Tomlin, overrated. Coming up next.
I like when people ask for the Elliot Davis alarm. It's now a thing. I'm here for the remote talk, for what it's worth. That's from the 314. I think a lot of people can relate.
I agree.
Because you're always digging under the cushions of the couch.
Oh, gosh.
And then you yell at one of the kids.
I don't know where it is. Yeah.
Like, why are you yelling at me? Well, you were watching YouTube last night. Where is it? Doug's house? Jesus. So watch Mikolas.
Do you guys have a problem with having too many remotes for your television?
Yes. I don't want two. I want one.
Yeah.
But now I got two.
My parents' house, my dad has 3, and it's like you have to know some sort of algorithm to know how to turn the television set on. He always gets mad at me that I don't remember how to do it.
Hey, why don't you use the stereo for the audio? No, my God damn, we can't. And about 15 years ago, you had the DVD player.
Yeah.
There was that crossover where you still had a VHS and a DVD player. You had like
Hi-Fi.
18 remotes.
Yeah.
You would think at some point we're going to be able to Siri, turn on the TV.
Yeah.
And it'll
Consolidate.
pop on.
Consolidate
Siri,
remotes.
right. Siri, turn to channel 824.
Yeah.
Where the Cardinals are supposed to be, where I would have watched them last night had I found the remote.
So what are you going to do today? Are you serious?
Nothing. I can't watch nothing.
Can you go to the store and ask them if you can buy a remote?
I bought one from Amazon. It's coming
you did?
Saturday.
Oh, there we go.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Yeah, that was too.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Rich. It really always puts it in perspective, doesn't
Sure
it?
does.
That Uncle Rich. Text in or call in, because it goes really well when people call in, or email in. It's the Design Air email of the day. That's brought to you by Design Air, obviously, and you can email past us if you've got a pen and paper. It's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That was our Miles Mikolas segment, but we didn't focus.
So we'll get to him next segment.
We'll touch on that. You'll hear from Miles Mikolas, who was wearing the Gulf of America hat again, which upsets a lot of people, but also the Eric Fedde decision. I do want to dig in on that. Joey Vitale, part of the huge Blues news. He's with us at 8 o'clock. All of that from the Stiefel dossier here on TMA, brought to you by Brandon Crouppen.
Michael's Flooring's online at Michael's Flooring, which is igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. And when you check out their website, you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. All you got to do is go to igotfloored.com. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. They have it all, but Carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win last night, taking the series over the Washington Nationals. The Atlanta Braves come to town this evening with a 7:15 first pitch at Busch Stadium. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
From a city where we celebrate October. Everyone you see is dressed in red like it's Rover. The luck is in our favor like a 3-1 4-leaf clover. Anything can happen where it's never truly over. Done it all before, we could do it all again. Yeah, we rallied with a squirrel and we made it to a trend. Had our backs against the wall, so we made
kind of sets us apart, Doug. We rally with a squirrel. Good Midwest values.
If you looking for
It's been a while since the squirrel appeared on the Busch Stadium
Real
playing
sighting.
surface.
Mike Shannon saw the kitty out there. Did you think it was a raccoon at first? If we could, at some point, Jackson, I know you love the drops, find the Mike Shannon when it was a kitty, and he was just a howling away. The Cards win that series over the Nats, and our 5.5 back Cubs avoided the sweep in Minnesota. That Pete Crow Armstrong had 2 homers.
Oh, gosh.
He leads them. No, I don't even know if he leads them. He's got 25 homers. Suzuki might have more, but he has 25 homers. Contreras has 12. Newt has 12. It is alarming when you look at it that way. So the Cubs are 5.5 in front. In the wild three, the Giants, Padres, and Cardinals, 3-1 at this moment. Giants lead in that third wild card, if that's called a race. The Padres are half back. Cardinals are a game back in the wild three. Miles Mikolas with a strong outing, a bounce-back outing, clearly. And after the game, he had this to say to our Jim Hayes / Midwest.
All right. Hit the lever, please.
This is
Dale.
in the scrum. This is in the scrum.
It's fine. I was loosely saying it. Okay.
My apologies.
It's from Midwest.
It felt pretty good. Like I said after last game, after that third inning, I kind of figured out, what I was doing wrong. Fixed it. Went from there and just went out. Pitched my game. Same thing today. Some things got to change. You gotta be better. Gotta be better with the scouting work and be better in the game with adjustments. Not making adjustments after the first inning, second inning, third inning. Sometimes you got to make those adjustments quicker in real time because it's the major leagues. If you wait too long to make an adjustment, you put your team in a tough spot, and then that's just that's where it is for that day. And unfortunately, that game in Chicago just got out of hand, and we can never claw back. My job as a starter is to keep us in the game as long as I can, whatever that looks like. Going out there, being able to do that today, keep those runs off the board when it was a tight game early, and let the offense get cranking, felt good.
Base hit. Well, if he got something figured out, and it sure looked like he did the way he pitched last night, that would be huge for the Cardinals going forward. I mean, if he can come back and pitch anything close to what he did last night, string a few of those starts together, that would really be huge for them.
But then you still have Eric Fedde, Doug, who has also struggled.
Yeah.
But it was just one outing. No, it was two. It was three. And they have now said, I think we were all assuming that Michael McGreevy would start Saturday. That was the next time up for Eric Fedde. They announced on Thursday, Fedde will get the start against the Braves on Saturday. Now, to me, this is more outrageous than Mikolas last night because you've had 3 in a row where you didn't have a chance to win. The fact that Sonny Gray didn't face the Cubs, we've discussed that ad nauseum, but Eric Fedde against the Cubs a couple of Wednesdays ago, that was the Chairman Steve Martin balcony show where he went 3 2/3, 7 runs given up. I was there for the postgame, and Fedde even said, even my outs were hard hit.
Yeah.
He knew it was a rough night. The next game out was Pittsburgh, 5 innings, 10 hits, 7 runs. The Cubs game Sunday at Wrigley, Ollie with the quick hook, trying desperately, I think, to win that game. Instead of sometimes they let a guy eat it, they're like, let's just get him out of here. In his last 3 starts, it's 10 innings, it's 20 hits, and 9 walks. Which means you're 29 base runners in 10 innings, Doug.
Those are just numbers.
Okay. Well, those numbers tell me an average of 3 runners per inning.
Per inning. That's a lousy whip.
Extremely high.
Yeah.
So the theory is, and I don't know if you guys saw sound or in the written form even, I did see it alluded to, and I know Derek Gould wrote about it, but that the reason they would do this is because you still want to have some trade value for Eric Fedde. And if you just bury him, then he has 0 trade value. I'm going to crowdsource within the room here. If Eric Fedde pitches well on Saturday, and which he might, because we talked yesterday about the do factor. When somebody's just going so bad, eventually it turns. Let's say he has a decent outing. Does that really change his trade value? And then he's going to have to do it again. If he has 2 decent start, do you really think the market is clamoring? And even if he has some value, and no offense to him, he's a big league pitcher, nice guy, but do you really think you're going to get much in return? The answer is no. So what is the point if you're trying to win? And on top of that, and maybe the biggest point is you're having a runway season for younger players. And you've got a 25-year-old in Memphis who's shown, for the most part, at the big league level, he's pretty good. He's a former first-round pick, so obviously you believe in him. He's 25, Michael McGreevy. And last Friday, a week ago, Mo said at Wrigley, John Mozeliak said, hey, he's a big league pitcher, which we just don't have a spot for him. The absurdity of it, and if the only counter to it is, well, we got to see if we can up Fedde's trade value. If he throws 2 no-hitters in a row, you're still probably getting what in return? a reliever,
a minor leaguer,
a minor league outfielder. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's absurd. He may pitch well, but no matter how he pitches, I think it's an absolutely absurd decision for so many reasons. But on top of the fact, Michael McGreevy fits this whole dynamic of let's see what we have with our younger players. If he sits and rots in Memphis for most of the year, what do you know about him going into next year? Very little. What is the absolute point of this? It is pointless.
Yeah.
And this is where I would say maybe Ali Marmol gets a vote. I don't know. But I think a lot of times he gets told, here's who's staying, who's going. Do your best. I just think it's lunacy.
It does seem crazy. I suppose this is another case of playing the contract instead of the more deserving player.
But he only makes $7.5, which these days is like nothing.
It's not too much.
No, you're not paying him $20 million.
It is the penultimate game before the All-Star break.
Oh, don't say penultimate.
Finally got to use that word.
Well done, Doug.
So I'm sure they'll have a very short hook if he looks like he's going off the rails early.
No, but then you just fry your bullpen.
Yeah, but your bullpen's going to have 3 or 4 days off after this game. So if you're ever going to fry it, this would be the time to fry it. I don't really get it either, unless the only way I would think he'd have any kind of trade value is if there were a pitching coach or a manager or a GM somewhere that he's already played for that looks at him and say, hey, we can get him turned around.
Right, but
it's not going to cost us anything to go get him.
Correct.
And we can get him turned around. But it's not for the Cardinals. You're not going to get much in return, even if you are able to trade him. So yeah, I think I would put him in the bullpen.
And we're talking like resumes too. If Arenado is struggling, but you were determined to trade him, and let's say you had the ability to, it didn't involve his approval, you'd say, yeah, if he could just get a week or two hot, people would believe in him because he's been so damn good for so long. We're not talking about that. I mean, Eric Fedde isn't Jim Palmer 2.0. You're not all of a sudden going to up his value. I just think that if that is in fact the reason, unless they've said behind closed doors he was tipping his pitches, that's the only reason he got rocked. He'll be totally fine now moving forward, and maybe they don't want to say it out loud. But if there's a hint of it being to up his trade value, and I've not been told that, but that was sort of alluded to yesterday, that's absurd because you're not going to increase. And then on top, even if he was pitching decent and hadn't been rocked, I think you could still say, you know what, we're going to hand that spot to McGreevy.
Yeah.
We just need to find out what we have. He's 25. I keep saying that. He's not 18 or 19. What are you going to call him up when he's 30? In this runway?
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
Maybe Fedde will figure out the same thing Mikolas figured out.
Yeah.
And have a completely different start.
And there are things that happen behind closed doors that maybe they don't want to tell anyone. And I think it was even maybe Dusty Blake on the pregame. He said, I don't want to say too much. With Mikolas, that they'd noticed some things. But even if he had been pitching okay, I'd still say, why aren't you using McGreevy? At the beginning of the year, all right, we got a veteran pitcher, $7.5 million.
Yeah.
We'll use him. He's given you every reason to take him out. And then you still don't. Now, they'll probably get lucky. He'll probably do fine. But it still doesn't answer the question about a young guy-ish who's getting older, who you're not using, and he's a former first-round pick. I just don't get it.
It might make sense if McGreevy were on the roster all the time. You subtract one of your bullpen guys and have him there just in case a Fedde or a Mikolas or someone else can't get through more than an inning or two. You got a guy here, give him major league experience, let him go 4 or 5 if he can, or step in to make a spot start. Going back and forth to Memphis doesn't make much sense to me anymore.
And when you say throw a Mats out there, Ollie would counter with, well, you can't just throw a guy out there and he's got to be stretched out to start. Do what teams do all the time, which is the piggyback or a bullpen start. Teams do it all the time. Somehow it works for them. The Fedde thing, to me, Mikolas was always a different conversation, even though that Friday Wrigley start was embarrassingly bad because that was his second in a row. And in baseball, Doug, you get 3 strikes. And Mikolas was up against it last night. That's why I think him getting that start was okay. I think Fedde, after 3 bad ones in a row, it's malpractice to say, oh, we'll just throw him out there again.
It just seems like a fool's errand in a way. That's called taxes, Doug, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat says, I hope Fedde lets up 15 runs Saturday, then they have no option other than to release him.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen.
And there was a question in the text line here. Jackson's over there. You're in the YouTube chat. I'm over here in the Air Comfort Service text line. We've got a little wall between us. Somebody said, is it better for the team, in all seriousness, if he pitches great or gets rocked? Because if he gets rocked, you have clarity. I thought we already had clarity, but if he gets rocked, I guess maybe there's more clarity.
Well, I think still pitching great would be option one, both for a short term and long term. I mean, how many starts do you think he would get before the 31st deadline? 3 tops? 3 more starts, including Saturdays? I mean, unless he looks like the second coming of whoever, there's no way that the team's gonna be like, oh, I'll ignore the first couple months of the season and just go based off these last 3 starts. Although you never know.
Yeah, I just
weird
think
game.
Hashtag weird game. Paranormal Paul says, I thought the whole season was to see what the young kids can do with the Cardinals, but they are keeping the young kids and the minors and the struggling just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. With Mikolas, there is a track record of some considerable success.
With this franchise specifically.
Yeah. With Fedde has a career ERA close to 5.
Right. He
481.
He went overseas and got better.
Yeah. He had a pretty good year with the White Sox, and last year he was 7-4.
Yeah, he was having a good year with the White Sox. When he got traded here, somebody with the organization said to me, interesting, because we used to just tee him up in Washington. But they said when he went to Japan, added a new pitch, he got better. And I do think at times you don't blame the player, you blame the organization for putting him back out there. What if he knows, man, I am up against it right now. Enough of the sports talk. You guys should go back to HD2. I was offered Cardinals tickets recently and passed on them to go see the new wild bird sanctuary at the Edward Jones Dome. Is there a new wild bird sanctuary, Doug?
That'd be a good place to have it. They just fly all over the place.
There's just birds all over the dome. All right, we're going to break here. It is the Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Get those emails in. That's about 3 hours away. The Design Air email today, the Morning After at InsideSTL.com. We'll get to that Will Clark epic rant against an announcer. Will Clark is now in the middle of this whole Raphael Devers Boston soap opera. And Joey Vitale coming up in about 5-6 minutes here, the Blues announcer who is going to be part of the TV radio simulcast moving forward. We'll get into that next on TMA. Not quite 8 o'clock. The system here. Jax was texting me when to break. I've got Kurt handing me a little ripped up, not even a Post-it note. This is sad. It's just a ripped up piece of paper telling me who's on the phone lines. We got this, Doug. We're running a tight ship over here.
Always do. Yeah.
Always running a tight ship. It's the Morning After TMA on 101 ESPN. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. A lot of texts flying in about the Eric Fedde decision. Cardinals are ready to soar, I think people believe, Doug, with their 50th win of the season. Text line is 399-9646. Without further ado, we're in the Blues booth here with Joey Vitale. The news came out Thursday afternoon. Next year, the broadcast will be a simulcast, meaning Curbs and Joey will be seen on TV, FanDuel Sports Network, as well as the radio call here on 101. Joey is on the line. Joey, welcome and congrats.
Hey, Marty, thanks so much. I don't know how you guys are still keeping this thing afloat without Tim McKernan in the house. We got to get him back from vacation. You know, I will say, luckily for you two vintage souls, you have the young, great Jackson with you. And he's keeping you guys in line. So it's good to see you. I appreciate it. Good morning.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, you guys just had a great baton handoff in that little break there.
One day.
Well, Joey, we talked earlier, too. Love John Kelly. Sad to hear he's not going to be part of the broadcast. I know that makes it a little bittersweet, makes it a tough transition here. But the TV side of it, what are the logistics of it for you and Curb? So you'll do a TV broadcast and folks will be able to hear it here as well? It's a TV first, I guess? Is that how it works?
Yeah, I mean, so listen, for fans out there, I mean, it's been done with some teams around the league, and it's a simulcast. So, you know, I'm talking to my kids about it this morning. Dad, what does that even mean? You know, long story short, it's two people calling the game for the radio side and the TV side. It's going to be an adjustment a little bit, but I have full confidence, certainly in Chris Kerber and myself, that we will make the adjustments needed, you know, from a technical standpoint. You know, on radio, you have to be super descriptive because people are driving, people are listening in their homes, and they can't see the game. You got to tell them the score. You got to tell them what corner the puck's in, right? It's a lot for the play-by-play, especially, and that's why on the radio side, Chris Kerber kind of does his thing. Now, on the TV, the flip side, you know, when John or anyone else who's ever done play-by-play on TV, you know, you don't need to tell them it's in the right corner because the people can see it's in the right corner. You don't need to repeat the score very often because they can see the scoreboard across the ticker. So there's different things where now we're going to have to find the balance, where we certainly want to bring a great TV broadcast to the table, and we will. But at the same time, we have to maintain integrity for our wonderful listeners on the radio side, too. So it'll be an adjustment. It'll take some ironing out, no doubt about it. But like I said, I have full confidence in my partner, Curbs, that we're going to do it. And we're going to obviously everyone at FanDuel with Norby and Jay, they're going to be on our side as well. So we're going to work through all the wrinkles.
In all seriousness, do you watch some of the broadcasts, whether it's the Sabres or Stars, or heard a couple of other teams that have done it? Is that something you guys will do to see how they balance that?
Yeah, we are. I mean, it's a good question. We're definitely going to have to do some homework about what this looks like, the adjustments that need to be made, the timing of it. I mean, there's lots of different things that are going to go into this. So a lot of preparation is going to really start right now, you know, as far as what that broadcast is going to look like, what the product is going to look like. And at the end of the day, you know, Curbs and I, we want to bring the utmost value to the TV side and the radio side. We know we can do it. It's going to take a little bit of time, a little bit of patience, I think, for fans and ourselves. But we know, like I said, no question about it. It will come together very organically and naturally. And ultimately, once we find our rhythm, we're going to bring that product to the table. We're going to bring the enthusiasm. We're going to bring the fun. We're going to bring the excitement, and we're going to teach a little bit about hockey as well.
Now, I've seen you even do video board stuff in the Enterprise Center, like between periods. How much can one man talk during a game? Are you still going to be doing that too?
You know, Doug, we haven't really worked out the details. This is obviously very new. It's very fresh information, obviously, for everyone involved. We haven't got into the logistics about, you know, where we're calling the game, how we're doing the game, who's involved, how are they involved, what do the pregame shows look like. But all those details, we're not even 100% sure just yet. So I think we're kind of getting through this first wave, obviously, with the news breaking. And then after things kind of settle in here a little bit, you know, we're all going to kind of come to a round table between everyone at Hubbard and FanDuel and, of course, the St. Louis Blues, and just kind of get on the same page as far as what this looks like.
You are an unlikely radio hire, right? I mean, even that was sort of out of the blue. We're talking 7 years ago now. What was, remind folks, what was it like, auditions and then like Strick or people who say, hey, you should try this? I mean, this all kind of happened out of nowhere, correct?
Yeah, it really did. I mean, I retired in 2015, and, you know, as you guys know, you know, I'm beyond grateful for this job, and I sit here, and if you could put this job down to one word about how did you get this job, it would be timing. I mean, timing's everything. And I retired. Kelly Chase kind of stepped aside at the same time, and it was big shoes to fill Kelly's job, obviously. But I came back in the summer and really had no opportunities and options, and just kind of like lingering around and roaming around and trying to figure out what the next step looked like. And, you know, I was playing some men's league at Webster every Tuesday morning with a group of guys. Andy Strickland was there as well. And, you know, he just kind of saw me playing again and knew I was back in town. And I don't think anyone knows the St. Louis landscape of hockey players quite like Andy. And he just asked me, he said, hey, would you be curious in this job? And honestly, I didn't even know what it was about, how it entailed. I'd never called a game before. I really never listened to a lot of radio games up to that point. And I just said, hey, I got nothing really happening. If Chris Kerber wants to meet me for lunch, I'd love to meet him and just see what happens. And we met downtown. We got some oysters. And that, you know, first step led to the second and third. And ultimately it led to a audition process where I called a couple games with Curbs side by side on a TV monitor from the past season. And I was, like I said, very, very fortunate and lucky to have the chemistry with Curbs right off the bat, where we had a really nice call, at least at the beginning, and good enough to get the job. And so forever grateful for the Blues and for Curbs to get that early opportunity and just continue to grow with what that was. And, you know, I look at where I came from, and I just look at the people that got me to where I am today. I mean, that's really what it's about. You know, I couldn't imagine myself in this seat right now without the supporting cast. I mean, again, timing and luck is everything. I got lucky enough to sit next to Darren Pang on the plane for 5 straight seasons. I mean, there's not a guy in the business that's as good as he is at what he does. I saw his preparation. You know, aside from helping him remember his cell phones and he was losing pens left and right, he couldn't get his life together. I was always there. I was almost like his support system. But truly, no one taught me about professionalism and preparation quite like Darren Pang, and I got to experience that in my first 5 seasons. So that to me taught me so much, and I'm grateful for him. And then you look at John Kelly. I mean, it's really bittersweet for me. I know it's extremely bittersweet for Curbs, because as much as we are excited about this opportunity, we got a little bit of a pit, because John not only is our colleague, he's a really good friend of ours, and John helped me tremendously. And we have different roles, of course. You know, him being the play-by-play and me being the color analyst. We had different roles, but he was so supportive of me in my first 7 seasons here. I mean, I'll never forget my first year. I wanted to learn about what I needed to do better. How were my calls? Were they smooth? Were I choppy? Was it quick? What I needed to slow down? Am I not breaking the play down? Am I not being as descriptive as I need to be? All these things going through my head, and I asked John, and John said, hey, let me sit with you during the LA Kings game. It was a national broadcast game, so he was off for the night. We're in LA. And he sat 2 feet to the right of me, and he listened to my entire call, and he took notes, and then he just worked through everything with me. I mean, that's the type of professional, you know, that John Kelly is. I mean, and aside from that, you know, it's just the fun, the humor we had. You know, Curbs and me and John and everyone involved with the Blues organization, you know, just loved him, because, you know, he was like a stepbrother to us. We were always poking fun at him and literally poking him on the side and getting him going and messing with his hair. And we just had so many wonderful, fun memories of being on the bus together. But he taught me the 2 rules of broadcasting. You know, he said the 2 rules you just always got to maintain. Number 1 is, you know, always critique the play, not the player. And that is as good as it gets. Critique the play, never the player, because you don't know what they're going to do. And then whatever you say on the air, make sure you can say it to their face. And that, if I could do those 2 things that John taught me, man, my goodness, I'll be hopefully doing right. We were in the locker room last year, guys, and this is about maybe 4 or 5 weeks before the playoffs. And he was literally just talking to me. We're looking around the locker room, and he said, let's go try to find a story. And I said, all right, John, I'll follow you. And we kind of looked around. We were talking to some players, and then he looked over and he pointed at this doll. And he goes, what's that, Joe? And I go, I think that's like the doll from Major League. And no one knew about this at the time. And it's just sitting in the stall. And I asked, you know, Zachary Bolduc, I said, Zach, what is that? And he started telling us. And before you know it, we kind of broke the story on the broadcast that night that the Blues kind of had this Jobu doll, which was kind of turning the tide for them. And all of a sudden, it became kind of a crazy, cool thing where everyone knew about it shortly after that. But it kind of to that point of his professionalism, there's always a story. He taught me the line of work. He taught me how to prepare. He taught me how to be professional. So that's the bittersweet for Curbs and I here is that you're losing not only a great professional, but just a really great friend.
Somebody said when they would have the TV on and the radio broadcast, they weren't always synced up. Will that be a problem? I would think you don't need to sync them up because if you have the TV on, that in fact is the radio call. Did that just kind of blow your mind, Doug, thinking about that?
Yeah, I'm confused now.
Because if you tried to sync up the radio, it would actually be the same as the TV, but it might be a second or two off. But you don't need to sync it up because it's the same call.
True. Okay.
Okay. We just clarified that. Somebody, Eric in the Central West End, said, will you now be dressing even cuter?
Oh, hello, Eric. I am married, unfortunately. But no, listen, I'll probably wear my same suit.
Did you say, unfortunately, you might want to walk that back?
Maybe I'll say fortunately. Yeah, let me walk that back. You got a dump or rewind? How does this work?
Jackson, you got a dump or a rewind in case somebody's breathing heavy during a commercial break?
Cal Raleigh, big dumper.
A lot of people, by the way, enjoyed the heavy breathing. They said, is Darth Vader a new sponsor? Joe, does it affect your wardrobe? I believe was the short question.
Yeah, it will not. It will not affect my wardrobe one bit. Like I said, I got a black, a blue, and a gray. I got different shirts and a couple different ties. You go to Italy. Yeah, I'm sure you guys. Doug, you've been to Italy. Of course, you've been to Italy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, of course. Marty, you've been to Italy.
I have.
Yeah, Jackson, you probably haven't been to Italy. Yeah, you're too young.
Too young. You're not allowed to go until you're 30.
I've never even been to Europe.
Never been to Europe? You would love Europe.
Oh, you're telling me.
You're telling me.
You go to Italy, and these guys, they look like models, right? They look like these just J. Crew models. Everyone's got a beautiful suit on, beautiful, shiny shoes. And you're thinking, man, these guys, they must make millions and millions of dollars. But actually in Italy, in Europe mostly, the way of the suits is they buy one excellent suit. Like it's a Louis Vuitton, it's a Prada. It is like a $3,000 suit. But they interchange ties and shirts, right? So they don't have a ton. And in America, it's kind of the opposite. We got men who've got closets full of different blazers and full of different suits. When in reality, let's try to minimalize it a little bit. And certainly that's what I've been doing for the last few years. And they're not Prada or anything nice. But no, it's gray, it's blue, and it's black, and we're going to keep it simple.
Huh. You said a minute ago you were playing hockey with Strickland. What's Strickland's game like? Is he a mucker and grinder? Or what's he like?
Terrible. He's terrible. He's a hazard. He's not only terrible, he's a hazard. So when you have guys out there that obviously they can't keep up, and they kind of do their own thing. But Strickland, he's like a Chihuahua in a Rottweiler bra. Like you got a bunch of Rottweilers in a bra, and he's a little Chihuahua. He thinks he's a Rottweiler, right? Mm-hmm. That's the problem with Strick because he actually goes in 100 miles an hour like he knows what he's doing, and then he can't put the brakes on, and then he ends up hurting people. He broke his thumb a couple years ago. He got slashed by somebody, and he's like, I can't move my hand, and we're just feeding it to this guy. Tuesday morning at Kirkwood, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning, and he's like, I can't move my thumb. We're like, you are the biggest sissy. Get back out there. You're going to be fine. Be a hockey player, for gosh. And then it turns out he sent x-rays the afternoon, a little bit later in the afternoon, and he had about 3 or 4 splits in his thumb. I don't know if he needed surgery, but it was pretty close. And he had quite a break. But, I will say he's got a great spirit. He's super positive. He wants to get better, and that's why we love having him out there. And we always like to poke fun at Andy. But, a huge congratulations to him, too, with his news of being back now on the road full-time. He's going to be covering all 82 games, which is super exciting for him. I don't know if there's a guy I don't see in the business that's worked as hard and as long for an opportunity like this, quite like Andy. I mean, he covered my games when I was in high school here at CBC. Shout out, CBC! And, we were winning 3 state cups in 4 years. Heard of that, Marty?
I remember the era.
Yeah, Andy was covering all the hockey throughout those years, and he's really just grinded. So a cool opportunity for him, and not to mention just the rest of the team that's been assembled here. And I know it's, like I said, we can get into this probably a little bit more later, but I don't know, with Rivs on the breakdown of games on the studio side, I don't know if a guy breaks down a game and a play quite like Rivs right now, really understands the game. Bernie, 25 years of knowledge right there, and they're adding Chris Pronger to the mix, who's certainly got some personality, and then Scotty Warman at the helm of it all. Scotty, my grandma could do a show with Scotty. I mean, he could tee up anybody, and it would be a great show. I mean, that's how professional and great Scotty Warman is. So it's a great team, and like I said, we're kind of working through the bittersweet, gut-wrenching of losing some good people. But when that kind of settles, we really are excited about the product and the camaraderie of FanDuel, of course, and the Blues and Hubbard all coming together on the round table and making this just a great product for the fans because they deserve it.
But to clarify, your grandma is not part of the new broadcast team.
No,
She's
she is
not.
not.
I mean, she could be. You're saying, okay.
She's hanging tough, though. My grandma, I think she's like 90, 99 or 98. She's a tough old cookie. She lives off of gluten and cookies, and she takes, people talk about organic and protein and smoothies and vitamins and minerals. I don't know. I don't think this old bird has taken any of that her entire life, and she will not die.
See, Doug?
She will not die.
She will not die.
Kind of selfish.
Put that on her tombstone. She will not die. Joey Vitale with us, Blues broadcaster. If you missed the news, it was Thursday afternoon, maybe even Thursday evening. The Blues put out the actual news. The television broadcast next year is a simulcast. Joey and Chris Kerber on the call. You'll hear it on TV, FanDuel Sports Network, as well as here on 101 ESPN. A lot of people text about Jamie Rivers, who is, of course, on this station, has been calling the games with John Kelly. Jamie's part of the pre- and post-game coverage on Blues Live. That was part of the announcement as well. You mentioned Strick as well. He's going to be on the road hosting, I think, a number of those Blues Live, so more of a road presence for the Blues. On the hockey side, I guess, Joey, is there anything left to do? There's still talk, possible trades here and there, but Doug Armstrong seemed to give him the indication that he was done. What's your gut?
Yeah, I think he is too. The splash he made last August, August is typically the quietest month of the season. So what he did in August, obviously that turned some heads. I can't expect him to do that again. Listen, I think he's got a very fine team assembled here. I really do. With Logan Mailloux on the back end, which we picked up for the Zachary Bolduc, that one to me is the biggest gray area one. I think fans are a little curious about that because Zachary Bolduc was just continuing to improve. But clearly they see something great in this right-handed right shot defenseman who's going to be on that right side along with Colton Frackel and Justin Falk. I think he's got great potential. He's got great upside. I love the way apparently the scouting report on him is that he can play in the offense, and that's exactly what Mike Weber wants out of this group, to jump in the offense and to play more of that Cam Fowler style. So we have a great guy that can stabilize us on the back end, and then strength down the middle. Everyone needs strength down the middle. Join the club. We talk about it all the time. 27 teams need more depth at the center position. And for Doug Armstrong, he got a great guy in Suter. Loved his game in Vancouver. He's a sneaky player that, from what I've heard from other players, he just makes other players around him better. And that's a great quality. You talk about skills and speed and shot and hockey IQ, but one undercurrent quality that you just can't quantify is, do they make players around them better? Suter, whether he was on different lines throughout the last 4 years, but, take your pick, Pettersson, Besser, didn't matter. He was making players around him better. And that, to me, that's really what it's about. And I think that's what's going to stabilize that kind of second, third line center position with him and Braden Shen. So with all that being said, you love the emergence still of Jimmy Snuggerud. He certainly changed the game as far as what the Blues now have on the right side. And then I'm excited to see a Dylan Holloway completely healthy. So there's a lot of players on this team. I think we're probably looking at career years coming up, especially with Jordan Binnington still in this great window of his career where he's going to really kind of shut things down on the back end. From an offensive standpoint, I think we're looking at some career years for some multiple individuals, probably starting with their leader in Robert Thomas.
From Clem texted in and said, "Serious Joey sucks. Let's hear about chickens and volleyball nationals." This is the buttoned up Joey Vitale. Now people are sideways with us because when we were goofing around, they said this is a sad day. Don't be silly. Now they're saying this is too serious. Short answer is you can't win. And then somebody else said, "Will you be able to talk about the chickens and his Kirkwood life on the broadcast?" Probably less so on TV than radio, if I'm guessing.
You know what? I'm going to push it. Until HR comes knocking on my door, how do you really know your limit unless you're pushing to the boundary, right?
I don't recommend that.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not quite that much. But listen,
right.
we're gonna tame it up a little bit. But listen, if you're interested in hockey, we're going to bring that. If you're interested in why woodpeckers don't get concussions, I can certainly enlighten you on a little bit of that too. We're going to keep it fresh. We're going to keep it young. We're going to be ourselves, no doubt about that. And I think, like I said, it's going to be entertaining. And ultimately, at the end of the day, Curbs and I, we understand what this job is. This is not about us. This is about the people of St. Louis and what this team means to the city. I remember 4 years ago 5 years ago now, during COVID, during 2020, my wife and I, we were having our fourth baby, and I missed a road trip to see our fourth born. And I'm in the house, and we're kind of playing the game over the air. I want to say it was Curbs, and it was maybe Cam Jansen at the time doing the game. And I'm sitting there making dinner, and I'm listening to this, and I'm listening to Curbs' voice and Cam's voice, and it just really hit me. I don't know why it never hit me up to that point, but it hit me how people invite us into their homes. Like we're being invited into their lives, into their personal spaces. And that really meant a lot to me. And now to this day, this is why I don't take this job for granted. I understand that people are bringing me into their cars, bringing me into their homes. And with that being said, the only way I can say thank you, not only to them, but also every broadcaster that we're following suit with here in St. Louis, the wonderful, rich history of broadcasters here. I mean, what other way to say thank you than just to bring that zest for life and enthusiasm and the professionalism that we will. We're going to be prepared. We're going to have a ton of fun. It's going to be a great supporting cast. I'm the strength of this team because it's one hell of a team like we were just talking about.
Gary Kornfeld takes credit for all of it because he said, Joey's career started in my basement with the floor hockey and my son, John. So Coach Kornfeld, SLU High football legend, would like to take credit.
He cut Tim from
He did cut Tim, so obviously he's a smart – I mean, he's a terrible person. I forget. What's the narrative on this show, that was a bad thing? That was a bad thing.
It almost cost Kornfeld his career.
Yeah, that's right. And clearly the mistake of his life. So, Coach Korn, shout out to Joey Vitale. Joey, we appreciate you hopping on. Good luck with the chickens. Good luck with your wife. If she heard you say, unfortunately, I'm married. Other than that, great call.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I appreciate it. One chicken comment I know for the people out there that want it.
Sure.
Pebbles, she's our silky chicken. She's got poopy butt. You guys know what poopy butt is? It's basically like, the stuff gets caught in the behind. You got to get them. You got to get them.
Got a new job, and it's going to go away quickly.
You got to give them an Epsom salt bath. So you got to kind of dip their bottom. Pebbles had to dip her bottom in an Epsom salt bath, but she's all cleaned out and ready to rock and roll. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care. That's Joey Vitale, one of your voices of the Blues. A lot of people kept asking about Jamie. Jamie Rivers is part of the broadcast on Blues Live, the pre and post game coverage. Alexa Datt is not going to be involved with Blues coverage. Those were a number of questions. Pronger, it said, would be available depending on his other hockey duties. So I think your primary setup is Scott Warman, Bernie Federko, Jamie Rivers. That's your pre and post game. Strickland at home doing those interviews down low. And then on the road, Strickland doing more of the hosting. Pronger, again, part of that pre and post. And then Joey Vitale and Chris Kerber. On the TV and radio side, I would say it's not a popular move at all. I think that's being polite. I think the text line reflects that. I think social media reflects that. My only question, and I don't know, I was trying to get some answers last night. I just don't know. Is it the Blues call? Is it FanDuel? Do they look at each other? Do they decide this together? Is it just for money? Because I think a lot of people are upset about it on that side of it. So all the best to John Kelly, who I think is turning 65 this month. If he wants to keep calling hockey, he's certainly damn good at it. And I certainly hope there's an opportunity for JK. It's the Morning After. TMA is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. If things are breaking down in your house, I've been there. Your wife looks at you and says, hey, this is busted, this broken. Hubby, fix it, will ya? You got to save the day because you're Mr. Hero. Well, I got good news for you. If something ever happens to your garage door, I got the guy for you. Call my buddy Jason at Schaefer Door Company. Go to schaeferdoor.com or give him a call, 636-782-3608. That's schaeferdoor.com with one F, SCHAEFER, door.com for all your garage door needs. If you got one broken, maybe it's a spring that popped, give them a holler. If you need a new garage, they take care of that. If you got a small business, heck, anything garage door related, Jason and his good pals at Schaefer Door Company will take care of all your needs. Their customer service is incredible. They scan all across St. Louis, but they are ready for your phone call. The best way to get a hold of them is through their cell phone. You can call them, you can text them, and they will take care of everything. 636-782-3608 is their number. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
Hey, what are you guys called? The band? No, but seriously, what's the name of the band? God, that's one of the great.
What's that song about?
The Wait?
I'm not sure.
I have read, and you know what? I've gotten lost in a little Wikipedia on songs and meaning, and I've read this one, and it really, I don't even remember. I did read about it. Somebody's like traveling on the road.
Yeah.
The song is called The Wait. Take the load right off me. You know, LaRussa, his buddies, they all call him The Load because they said he was just so intense. What a nickname. He nicknamed everybody else. He was called The Load. Can you imagine that?
It's unbelievable.
I think some songs don't have much of a meaning at all. They're just trying to put words together with a beat they've got, and oh, this will work for a song. Maybe we'll make $10 million off this. There's not always some deep hidden meaning.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of times somebody in the band will come in with like a catchy kind of riff and catchy sound.
Build around that.
Yeah, and then they'll say, what do you got for this? My favorite, I told that story, the Greg Kinn band, where they had the sound they wanted, and he just started scribbling because he didn't have anything. He said, and then he finally decided, he goes, you know what? Those are going to be the lyrics. The Breakup Song by Greg Kinn. Is this a banger Friday, Jackson?
Yeah, that's just the theme
That's
of the week.
the theme of the week.
It's just bangers, man. That's and that
Just
one.
bangers,
But the band worked a lot with Bob Dylan, right? They did a lot of.
I believe that's correct.
Right.
And then the great film documentary, The Last Waltz. Was that Jonathan Demme or was that Scorsese? It was one of those big
Last Waltz,
names.
I think, is Scorsese.
Sounds right. Sounds right. We'll take your movie and music text here on a big Friday on the show. The Morning After, TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Fisher Door and Window. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Kurt with you. Tim back next week. Will the Thrill is a friend of the show. Will Clark. He's also going to be at the LaRussa event next Wednesday. At Stiefel, was only here for a couple of months. Man, if you look at those stats, it's insane. He wasn't a huge home run guy, but he had like 14 homers in 50 games. And he's still involved with the Giants. He came on. He was a surprise guest. Probably gave the best clue that we've ever had of a surprise guest who tried to play along when he said, I had the same number, same position, same last name as another one that played here. Like, what? Oh, Clark, first base, 22. Will, not Jack, but he works with the Giants. And I guess he was out on the field. Do you think, Jax, I need the backstory
I think
first?
it's, yes.
Okay, so Will Clark works for the Giants in some capacity. Buster Posey is their Pobo, so it makes sense. Former players all around the organization. And I guess he was going to do some work with Rafael Devers at first. Remember, we had this great debate, Doug. Could he possibly, Rafael Devers possibly as a big leaguer, move over to first base mid-season? Couldn't possibly do it.
No, it's way too hard.
And as soon as he left Boston and got to San Francisco, he said, oh, sure, sounds good.
Yeah, no problem.
No problem. But I guess he was going to get some work over there with Will Clark, who was a tremendous fielding first baseman. But I don't know if he stiffed him or what the story is. So now Will Clark's out on the field talking to Dave Fleming, who does a lot of ESPN, college basketball, a lot of ESPN work, but he's the Giants TV guy, one of them. And his brother works for the Red Sox. So Dave Fleming's out on the field talking to Will Clark, a couple of Giants guys. He said, oh, it's my brother, Will Fleming, works for the Red Sox. And I guess Will referenced the fact, they're talking about Devers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was supposed to do some work with him yesterday. He didn't come out or he didn't show up. And I don't think Will was mad about it. But whatever was discussed there was clearly off the record or not intended to be a topic. And apparently then the announcer for the Red Sox mentioned it on the air because people in Boston are still torqued off about the trade, but how the whole thing went down. It's a giant mess. And I guess he shared that story, and it made Devers look bad. And people in Boston are like, there you go, figures. Guy doesn't want to be a teammate. And Will did not enjoy being dragged into the middle. And so Will Clark had a response.
And Will Fleming, you can go off, motherfucker. All right? You want to take a conversation that we're having and then blow it out of proportion because you're a East Coast piece of shit reporter? Off.
So he
where does he stand on the issue?
Doug, he wasn't happy.
Tell us how you really feel.
He wasn't happy at all with the reporter in Boston, Dave Fleming's brother. So careful what you pass along. That's all for the young journalists out there. Be careful what is and isn't on the. That's unbelievable.
And Will Fleming, you can go off, motherfucker. All right? You want to take a conversation that we're having and then blow it out of proportion because you're a East Coast piece of shit reporter? Off.
An East Coast POS reporter.
And when he was here, he was just epic in his media. He was also towards the end of his career. The team was good. He's having fun. And he would bark at Ann Keel and J.D. Drew, made him get beers. La Russa said he's going to talk about that next Wednesday, how Will was like in charge of the room. And
yeah, he was always a real character.
Yeah, and I don't think he was as much fun with media types earlier in his career. But when he got here, he was having a good time and he was fun. And I told that story, too, where Frank, right before the playoffs, you were probably in the scrum, Doug. We're just standing around Will Clark on the field at the Old Bush. They're about to play the Atlanta Braves and the great pitchers. And Frank, with all of his intensity, he's like, okay, Will, in your career, Glavine, Smoltz, Maddox, how'd you fare? And he goes, you can look that up. Next. That was the end of the soundbite. You can look that up. Next.
Is this Lexington Steel?
Is that his follow-up question?
It matters. It matters.
He was a fun guy to watch play, though. Just a real pure hitter who hit anybody.
With the Cardinals, he hit 345, 12 homers. That's from the ghost of the Pfister Hotel.
Yeah, he came in. It just was immediately a big hit with the fans. He'd have been great here if he'd played here for like 15, 18 years. People would have loved him.
And we hated him. Remember the fight with Ozzy?
I just recently saw that video. They were chucking him.
That was a brawl.
I mean, like Ozzie Smith, who I think of as, not only arguably the greatest defensive baseball player of all time, but like as like an incredibly sweet man and just like the kindest person ever. And I saw that video and he is just chucking blows right at Will Clark.
I went into the Giants locker room when it was over to interview Will Clark, and there's 2 or 3 of us around there. And I said, so with the fight, you okay? And he says, look at my face. I ain't even scathed.
I told you it was like a year and a half ago. He was supposed to do something on the radio. He said, sorry, pal, hunting right now. And then he sent me the picture of like six dead boars, like wild boars.
He does have some of that down
neck. Oh, he loves it.
Down home relatability.
Louisiana guy, but then played at Mississippi State.
So he's
with
from
Palmera. He's from Louisiana,
like whole life, born and raised.
I think lives in like the New Orleans area.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I would go to that thing at Stiefel with the Russo. I mean, David Freese is going to be there, Matheny, Eckstein, Izzy, Joe Buck, Ozzy, but I think I would go just because I don't think Will has a filter.
I hope they're taping that thing and it can be played back on TV.
You really have to read between the lines to get what Will was having to say there from the unknown DJ.
Off.
Will Clark, Will Clark really hates that charlatan hitting coach, the teacher man, too. I don't know what that one means.
I love the term charlatan.
Charlatan, it's a great use. From Gene Steckschulte's Wicked Slide Piece. And by the way, if you want to change your name when you text into the show, or you'd like to have a name, this is your last chance. It's an extended period here in the month of July, but up until the end of the show today, if you want to change your name, add a name. What if somebody wants to remove a name and just go back to being the 573, the 314?
Not an option.
Oh, it's not an option?
You can't go back.
Really?
Oh, really? Yeah. It's what do you call it, Doug? Like a roach motel. Once you enter, you cannot leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can check in, but you cannot check out.
No. Ooh, maybe Hotel California for a comeback song.
Is it a banger?
Do you like the Eagles? I've heard people. I mean, they're hits.
Well, the Big
themselves.
Lebowski, you're saying,
right? But I think that's like some people are kind of split. I like the Eagles.
So you're asking,
are you an Eagles guy?
I went and saw them when they played at Busch Stadium.
Yeah,
just because it's
so many hits,
huge show. Yeah, I think they're probably victims of their success. Like you've heard every song 5,000 times.
Yeah,
but I like them. Probably don't have a ton in my. Is it my iPod that I have?
You still have an iPod?
I wish I did.
It would be nice to be victims of some success.
Yeah. I hear
I'd
that.
love to try that.
Like I remember, like actors talking about being pigeonholed when they're like in a really good TV show for a while and they can't get out of that character. It's like, yeah, but like if you're Julia Louis-Dreyfus, it's like it's okay. You made a lot of money doing Seinfeld, and you were very rich beforehand. But bad example.
They'll always think of you as.
Right.
Although Veep, right?
Veep is great. People think of her, a lot of reverence there.
I am forever Roman Polak's revenge. Triple stamp it. Except I look up and it says Wembley Woods Wacko. So you are not forever Roman Polak's revenge.
Adam Welly in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat says Doug loves when people break decorum. It's Adam Welly.
You're all over that YouTube chat. Good for you. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
And Tim's going to tell us about Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat.
The TMASTL YouTube chat is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. The sponsor also of the Dotem and the upcoming TMA golf tournament, which I think you can mark your calendar for sometime in early October. Michelob Ultra, perfect to enjoy with friends on a beautiful summer day. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat.
Harrison's brother, Master, would like to change his name to Joey Vitale Talks Too Much.
He cannot.
He cannot.
His name
He'll always be Harrison's
His name
brother.
is etched into stone. Can't change it. He's tried. He cannot.
Big tough. Martin, what artist would be on your iPod if you had one? I do probably still have my iPod somewhere. It weighed like about 10 pounds.
Oh, like you had the original one?
Oh, and then I had the charger pack on the back. So you would go to the gym and you would be lifting weights, but your short pocket would just be sagging down to your knees. It was so heavy.
And we've really made a huge jump in personal headphones. Because you remember those original Apple earbuds were just plastic right in your ear, and it would just forever. If they were a little too big, it would really start to hurt your ears after a while. We've come so far with Bluetooth headphones and everything.
People used to run with big cans on their head.
Oh yeah,
but they're kind of like with the Beats are cans more. I mean the size.
Yeah, for sure. But now they make like wireless. They've been making for a while wireless Beats headphones that are all
This
Bluetooth
is going to surprise
connected.
you, but I still have the wire headphones that I would use at the gym, and I'm like sometimes get stuck.
Well, no, I mean some people like it because like with Bluetooth you have to charge the charging case, and if you forgot to do that, but with
that's where I get burned.
With
on
wired headphones, you can always listen to music.
Right,
It's
and
never,
every time they'll give me the family, oh, here you need some AirPods. They never charge. They're always bloop.
I remember
bloop.
I got AirPods and like 3 or 4 weeks into them, loving them. One of them just goes right down the toilet. Just pops out of my ear, right down the toilet. It goes.
Now, when you're in a gym, are you putting that in so you don't have to talk to anyone else?
No, it's just.
I mean, is it not possible to work out or jog without having earphones?
It's possible. I prefer to do it with.
Would you?
Yeah, it's not about like not talking to people. It's about I'm kind of doing something where listening to a podcast or listening to music makes the time go by quicker a little bit. You know,
Okay.
keeps you a little bit more motivated, keeps you up. listening to like Glowworm while I'm hitting
boy, that would
military
help.
press.
Yeah, now that you bring that up.
Pull day, Chairman, pull day.
Well, military press wouldn't fall under pull day.
Certainly not, but pull day or military press day, I'm listening to music.
I agree. I got to the gym the other day and my headphones were dead. Brutal.
Yeah.
Do you go to the gym? And that's what I'm telling you, those things are always dead. Go with the old cabled headset that you'll trip all over stuff, but it always works. KG, don't you go to the gym at like 4 a.m.?
Typically, I'm walking in around 3:30.
God, dang.
Committed. When are you sleeping?
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of that going on in my life right now.
Really?
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Wild man.
It's not a wild man situation.
I was kidding.
I bought the new college football 26 video game yesterday, so that kept me up a little later than I'd like to.
For heaven's sakes.
Coach Drink's in the game now, so I got a little Diney I'm working on with Coach Drink.
Do they have him come out and say he stands on business?
Okay, crazy man.
They may put that in the newest patch, but...
So you're getting 4 or 5 hours a night at least?
I think around 4, but then I typically will catch a little boy nap in the afternoon.
A boy nap.
Heard that.
Yeah. Is that a man nap?
Okay.
Oh, no, it's a boy nap.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, little Jackie Papers, love to hear about your workout routine. Can we get back to name changes? That's from Dandy Don.
A lot of bike riding. I do a lot of bike riding.
By the way, Dandy Don, who was kind of poking you, I noticed, does not have a name. It's just the six.
I'll add Dandy Don. I like that name.
I thought maybe he had poked you before and you just held firm.
No.
Okay, so you don't hold grudges.
No. Life's too short to hold grudges. Never burn bridges, never hold grudges.
Hey, Pale, what device do you plug in wired earbuds into nowadays? Everything is Bluetooth.
I mean, they have like the adapters for new iPhones, so that you can always listen to music, even with the new technology.
It's from Pale's Make-A-Wish radio gig ends this Friday. Is that today?
That was sent like 3 months ago, so, I guess we're past that time period.
Guys, tell Doug he can probably control his TV from his smartphone. Download the app. This goes back to earlier. Doug lost the remote to his TV. Some people said get Roku, and then you only have one remote. Doug's missing remote, by the way, is available as a text.
Yeah, I have a Roku TV that I can program with the app. I can turn it on and off, change the volume. But this TV that I want to watch, the big one in the den, of course, that is not a Roku TV. Now, perhaps there's an app for TCL TVs. It was on sale, all right? It was
No,
TCL.
I know. Some people were making fun of that earlier.
Well,
Shocking.
yeah, I was leery about buying it, but it doesn't seem to matter what brand you buy. They all last and look good forever. I bought some, geez, it must be 15 years ago that were Haier. Have you heard that brand? Haier?
No.
It was like a going out of business
Was
sale.
it on a corner in a
No, it was on,
trunk?
remember the old American stores that had furniture?
Yes.
American was going out of business. I bought 2 of them for like $200, and they were like 45-inch. I said, it's worth the try. And it works like a charm.
TVdeals.com.
No, this was a going out of business sale at a store. But
Hey, Vaughn, what you doing, pal? You want to buy one of these? I got a couple more in the trunk. Come on over. That's where you got them?
TVs
Cash
are one of the few items that the prices are going down. And they work. They all work great. Doesn't seem to matter what you buy. No, I don't think I've had goat milk yogurt. Stand by that statement.
Do I have a name? Doug's Handsome Repairman. How do you know if your name has been changed? Just hope to get read once. There it is from the 618. You've been read and you want the name Doug's Handsome Repairman. Is that available, Jackson?
Sure. Yeah, I'll change it.
Okay.
What is the number to text in a moniker to TMA? And that's somebody who actually texted into the text inbox, so don't they?
Yeah, you got it. You're already on the right
have
page.
number.
Just say what name you want. They'll change it to it, man.
Jackson, are you dressed for golf today? I have a feeling you're golfing.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little afternoon. Be a little warm. We'll be all right.
I don't remember getting invited. Thanks.
Yeah. Another time.
You can text into the show. Doug's missing remote is now going to be taken. Somebody actually suggested that. It's a busy day, as you can tell. Steve Fildassi. Do we have drops of the week later as well?
Yeah, next segment we can do that.
Oh, next segment. And we got a Cardinal win with Miles Mikolas, friend of the show last night. All is well in Birdland, right? Until Saturday. Eric Fedde on the mound. We talked about that as well. It is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals are back in action tonight, taking on the Atlanta Braves with a 7:15 first pitch at Busch Stadium. Matthew Liberatore towing the slab for the Cardinals. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, it's a banger. Kind of old school bangers, I would say. If there's a theme that I'm picking up on right now, Jackson, you're in kind of an old school vibe.
There is a theme, actually, now that I've come up with it. But
hold on. You just stumbled into a theme.
But I'm not going to say.
Oh, we have to guess.
Well,
okay.
Just let more songs go. Okay. More segments, you'll figure it out.
So moving forward, you're going to feed off of this theme.
Yeah.
What are the other ones we've heard so far?
The Wait by the band.
Now Heard It Through the Grapevine.
Okay. Is it the Big Chill soundtrack?
Damn it. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Guys, I work in construction. I have wireless beats. I had one pop out of my ear straight into the porta potty John. Needless to say, things are tight. Had to noodle my arm in the warm, hot mud to fish it out. Thanks.
Oh,
that's from the Midwest.
Let it go. Let it go if it falls in there.
I think at that point, what do they cost? What's a good set of beats? I mean, the earbuds.
Yeah,
really?
more than what you're comfortable
50,
with.
60, 70?
Way more.
Really?
Yeah, probably closer to $200.
$200 for earbuds.
Well, like which ones are you talking? Like Beats by Dre?
Not Beat. No, not the.
Like AirPods?
AirPods. Yeah,
yeah, like $180.
Oh.
Well, what are the knockoff? Just earbuds.
Yeah, you can get cheaper. You can get a lot cheaper ones, but
do
if you
they
want
work?
Apples,
Okay, would you dig into the porta potty if yours fell in?
No, I told you. I got them one time. I'm saying I guess there's some cheaper ones, some older models that are a little
Is this
cheaper.
like Doug's billion baseball is being?
No,
I meant to say million.
Like pro models are a little more. They're noise canceling ones. Yeah, I guess you can get some for $100.
Would you dig in for $100?
No.
That still seems like a lot for a little earbud, doesn't it? $100.
When we went to Florida, I was with you fellas at the airport. I bought some. I always had the cabled wired ones. My family makes fun of me, so I bought a set at the airport for like $60. Like a month later, they're broke. They just split in half.
Yeah, that'll happen.
A little bit of room to move around, and I guess the first time nobody came for a while.
No.
I was in one of the wrong ones, and then I just switched over to a busy one, and then I don't know, just some chick came in, and supposedly she saw me or whatever.
Oh, I wouldn't be laughing. Maybe he was in there looking for his earbuds.
Yeah, you never know.
Every time I hear somebody now, there's a lot of people who sound the way who's going to talk like this. Every time I hear that voice now, I'm picturing somebody swimming in the bottom of a pool.
Oh, God. Well, I have Apple earbuds, and they just don't work. They work sometimes, and then sometimes they don't. I've tried to use them in the airplane. Oh, it works great. And the next time, doesn't work at all. Charge them up. Oh, works great. Charge them up. Doesn't work at all.
I can't remember. It might have been either the Jamaica flight, Doug, or Jupiter back home here. But you kept trying to play some piece of audio, and he had his earbuds in, and it kept playing off his phone.
Oh, yeah.
But it was like he would sit there for a second, couldn't tell if it was his AirPods or if it was the phone.
No,
and then he would try it again and try it again. And after 4 or 5 times, I think he kind of just gave up.
Technology hates my
true.
guts.
Yeah,
with
I've
a
witnessed
passion.
it. I've witnessed it. It's things happen to you that I never see happen to anybody.
Right.
With technology.
Oh, I know.
And it's not always user error. Sometimes, but not always.
Yeah, I'm cursed with technology.
Yeah.
I would like to get that remote back, though.
There's your weekend,
You're
right?
going to have to interrogate your grandson.
Oh, yeah, I'll give him
one
for.
light bulb in the room swinging. Yeah.
There's no telling what he did with it.
All right, well, we got the porta potty guy. That's an old drop, but we have newer drops, things that happen on this show. We sort of do an audio audit, and at the end of the week, we always do the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you guys drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something.
Hey, man, you might want to mix another ab in or two, you know?
No, I don't think I've had goat milk yogurt.
just to get wet.
Oh, man, I was in the crapper and somebody just went deep.
He's like the sperm and like an egg. They get fertilized. No, it's fertilized. But it don't happen overnight. It don't happen overnight.
And I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment.
I asked for a vodka tonic, and they looked at me like I had 3 heads.
Stretched too far.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
That was Drops of the Week.
That's one of my new favorites. You were hot, weren't you?
Uncle Rich sliding by the show.
I really like this one.
And I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment.
I really like that one.
That was Kevin Keatsman taking down Patrick Mahomes for having a dad bod.
Yeah, there's a lot of you saying it, but the Rich Gould one, you were hot. I can't get over her voice afterwards. Like, it just sounds like such a cartoon character kind of thing. I'm going to play one more time.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Darn right I was. It sounds like a little kid on a Western.
Yeah.
Pa!
She was playing a character. As a roller derby player, I'm sure she was playing a character.
Yeah, and that was 86, right, Kurt? 1986?
Yeah, 86.
Yeah, so, microphone technology back then.
Skipper's calling.
Hadn't gotten the
Larissa's calling.
I don't know why.
Can't confirm. Tony Larissa calling Martin
Don't know
at
why.
8:49 on a work day.
8:49. Hey, doing a show. What's up?
Just tell him new number and then give him the warm line.
And then I never answer.
Pipe him in.
I never answer. My wife's like, "Why?" And I said, "Because I may have said something stupid. I don't know. I don't know what I said. Was it in the drops of the week?"
Would he call and yell at you if you said something?
He never has, so I don't know why. I'm just paranoid because we say so many things on this. My boss, I have a newer boss at the 2 Fox. Well, I guess it's been about 6 months. And then she'll say, "Oh, I was listening to the show today," and I'm horrified. Doug.
Oh, yeah.
I always say, "What time?" And then I try and in my brain.
Fingers crossed for 10:15 or something.
And the 3 or 4 times she said it, she said, "Oh, you guys are talking about the Blues." And I'm like, "Oh, thank God."
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
I told you I got called in once by a new boss years ago in the old show, and he'd only been there a couple of weeks, and he says, "Is it true what I'm hearing? You had a threesome with porn stars?" I said, No.
There were 4 of them.
It's not true.
A raccoon is out on the, or it's a kitty cat.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people can't tell when we're just kidding, when joking, when other people are making stuff up.
That laugh, that woo, just doesn't exist anywhere else.
No,
it just does not exist.
It's as old school as it gets.
Jackson, when you and Tim were newer to 101 years ago, I had a friend who's a 101 listener ask me, because I'm a longtime TMA love, how does Jackson have a STLCC membership, that St. Louis Country Club? That was a joke.
Right.
In the early days.
My mom once asked me, she's like, "When did you join the country club?" I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, Mom, I just decided.
Come on, Mom. Like, you got to, like, I get it all. You thought I was driving a purple Mini Cooper.
I did.
I have people all the time actually ask me if I was going to the Hamptons. I guess we're doing,
I love the fact
playing the bit well.
Your mom thought, "Hey, Mom, I got to finish editing Drops of the Week, and then I'm swinging by the club." Which one? Oh, St. Louis Country Club.
Right. Like, I was playing an event with Tim, and the joke was like, Tim was playing in my event, and my mom was like, "When did you join a country club? Like, where you have this event?" And I was like, "Oh, man." But she's the best. Shout out, Mama.
Shout out, Mom, with her shawl.
Yeah, she loves a shawl.
I wrote down the number because somebody texted the show a while back and said that they could get us on at St. Louis Country Club. He said, "Let me know if you boys ever want to play on a Monday afternoon."
Sure.
I have that number. And I asked the gang, "Do you want me to reach out?" You guys said yes. You don't think? I think it was real.
Oh,
Just said, "Would you guys like to
kick the tires on it?
Would you like to play on a Monday at St. Louis Country Club?" All right. We've got friends in high places. As opposed to low places.
And you think they will extend a membership opportunity for us if we go on?
But I know one time, like in October, it's a pleasant time to be out on the course.
Absolutely.
Unless there's a playoff game that we got to work.
Get to work.
We get to work. Yeah, cards are right there, Doug. Game back in the wild card for the 3rd wild card spot. 5.5 back in the division, 50-44 now after the win last night. Miles Mikolas back on top of the world, Doug.
Well, he should be. That was his best performance of the year, I think, wasn't it? He may have gone longer in games. I'm sure he has in 5 2/3. But I don't know that he's been any more effective than that.
Exactly what the doctor ordered, I say.
Oh, boy, you said that well.
Yeah, thank you.
Wish I'd said it.
Well, Doug, on
That
April...
start was exactly what the doctor ordered.
Hey,
Why
well
do you
done.
hate April 30th start at Cincinnati when we went 5 1/3, 3 hits? So actually, last night was better.
Yeah.
I've got 6 shutout innings against the Royals on May 17th. This is all just off the top of my brain.
Right.
Now, he only went 71 pitches. I couldn't watch when they took him out because I couldn't find the remote.
Somebody said,
Why did
hey-
they take him out? Well, they had a couple men on. He couldn't have had too many men on base. He only gave up 2 hits and 1 walk.
And the game was close, though. The game was hanging in the balance until the later innings when they added on.
Big 5th or 6th inning when they put on
6th inning scored 5.
Yeah, right.
But Doug, a couple people said, you lazy ass, change the channel yourself.
I
But
can't. I
don't
can't
think
get to
it's
it.
possible.
No.
You could turn it on yourself without the remote.
Like on
I
the
can't.
side.
There's not a button. It's in the back.
And why can't you access the back, Teehee?
Because it's up against the wall.
Can't you, isn't there a, is it?
I'd have to take the thing off the bracket.
Really?
And it's a
Oh, I know
75-inch
it.
screen.
Oh.
It'd take 3 people to get it off the
Yeah,
wall.
unscrew it. It sucks. No, I get that. I have, blessed, I guess, one of the adjustable mounts.
Well, you're from Ladue.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
Right. Yeah. You're used to television just right on the floor. Not even with a stand, flat on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Stand over it.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting that when Mikolas came out, he had 2 outs in the 6th. He did walk James Wood. And then they brought in Matz to face Garcia.
Just to get that one out, right?
Just to get that out. But wouldn't it be interesting if people said, what are you doing taking Mikolas out? And I was like, dude, you guys, nobody even wanted him pitching. And now you're, well, I know, but now I changed my mind. Why? Well, I was watching the game. He looked pretty good. They took him out.
That'd be really,
And people are like, put him back in. It did allow for the standing O for the folks that were there. You know, we should probably really dig in on the attendance, Doug. Do you ever wonder what? Oh, no, we're not doing that.
No.
We'll get into the best fries in town, maybe. I don't know. It's TMA. It's Friday here. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Jackson likes it when I just sit here and just breathe heavy for a while, just to let the listeners know we're about to do some business. Maybe it's an effective marketing tool. Got your attention now? I'll let you know about Auto Loan Pro. That's the website, autoloanpro.com. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, the place to go is Auto Loan Pro. Little to no money down. They're going to get you into a new vehicle, best rates possible. They're going to work hard for that. They can do that because they work with over 50 different lenders. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. We know that life gets you in some tough spots. Okay, you're a little behind on this or that, and it costs you, but that's a year ago. Well, it's still affecting your credit. Doesn't matter. Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get that new vehicle. In addition to that, they want to help you understand how the credit industry works. They've put together a playbook, and you can download it for free on the website, autoloanpro.com. Just scroll on by. You'll go down. You'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the show, does those TV commercials for Auto Loan Pro, and then see the playbook, download it, and understand better what's going on. The next time around, you get the car of your choice. Next time around, get an even different car. You're learning how it all works and getting a vehicle, all of it in one spot, autoloanpro.com. It's a Big Chill Banger Friday.
I think Big Chill could have an argument for best, like, jukebox soundtrack. Not like original music for the movie, but like just in terms of popular music. I think Dazed and Confused would be up there.
Doug, what are your best jukebox soundtracks? So not original scores, because John Williams does every
right, like a John Williams score does not, no. Or not even like original songs like Star is Born of recent memory.
Saturday Night Fever had a bunch of songs that became
the Bee Gees.
Right. I think that's a great call. I think it's a great call.
Jukebox. It's a very specific
I think
genre.
It's only...
I'm trying to think.
Scorsese does a in Departed has a lot of great...
Like Almost Famous, maybe?
Yeah,
But you can only judge that based on the music that you like personally.
Sure. Yeah.
Little Jackaroos Friday Bangers on the Morning After. 9:02, we've moved into the 9 o'clock hour. Fisher Door and Window 8 o'clock hour has given way. They handed the baton off a little cleaner than Jackie and Joey. Jackson's mad at me. It was funny because Joey was supposed to do a commercial, and I guess he wasn't ready. He's been hitting the head a lot, and then you went to him, and people just heard heavy breathing.
Yeah, well,
sound like an Ashley Madison commercial or something. But
listen, we always improve. We learn and we always improve.
Yeah, we learn, we improve. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. A lot of texters involved on the show, as always. Part of that conversation. Somebody said the Forrest Gump soundtrack.
Yeah, that'd be up there. A lot of great ones.
I don't remember the Forrest Gump soundtrack.
I mean, obviously, Fortunate Son, Run on Empty, Jackson Brown.
Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack is strong.
Yeah. James Gunn, who's in the news right now with Superman, St. Louis and St. Louis University High alum, directed Guardians of the Galaxy.
Class of 84? Coach Kornfeld probably remembers James Gunn. Big Chill soundtrack, always on at college parties in the 80s. I could see that.
I'm sure.
Play some Ben E. King. That's from Big Bad.
Don't tell us what to play.
Stand By
Me?
Ooh.
Other than Stand By Me, what is your favorite Ben E. King song?
Not positive I could give you another one, but Stand By Me is like an all-timer, so you don't even need another one.
Another vote for Guardians of the Galaxy. Terrific jukebox soundtrack. So people are not only suggesting, they're also aware of what you mean by that.
What was up, Kurt?
Animal House has a pretty banging soundtrack.
Great one. Oh, the Sam Cooke one, What a Wonderful World. So good.
Little Louie.
Yeah. You ever go into a soda shop nowadays and put a quarter in a jukebox?
I do it like Crispin Glover in Back to the Future, where I slide my nickel down the counter and say, "Give me a milk, chocolate."
Oh wow! You are a
wild cinephile. You know very specific movie moments.
Well, Crispin Glover is such an interesting study.
I think weirdo is the phrase.
He almost kicked David Letterman in the face. Is that weirder, or when Tom Cruise jumped on the couch on Oprah?
I think the Crispin Glover...
Because we never heard from him again, really.
Letterman had him blackballed in Hollywood.
I mean, he really almost kicked him right in the teeth.
Really weird.
Chocolate milk does taste great, but it makes you feel like a 4-year-old when you're drinking it, doesn't it?
Yeah, but, it's great. Yoo-hoo, which, I don't know. It says chocolate drink on the side, which I
think it's the original energy drink. If you ever go to like the corner convenience mart and the guys who are working hard for a living that run in and grab a bite to eat, I see a lot of them grab a chocolate milk.
Yeah.
It must just be a little boost.
Yeah. It's a little, very small amount of protein. I remember, maybe it was Tim Tebow, there's like a big campaign of like drinking chocolate milk after a workout. Now, obviously, you do a protein shake, and that would probably be better, but similar. Get some calcium in you.
Forrest Gump, you goofballs.
Yeah, it's a little on the nose.
There's no right or wrong answer. It's just what you like. It's the songs that you like personally.
Jackson, have you been to Crown Candy? That's from Manlo.
Of course. My mom worked for the Post-Dispatch for many years, so when I would go visit her at work, we would go to Crown Candy. It was some of my favorites. And then sometimes she'd take the afternoon off and we'd go to City Museum.
Would you?
It was the summer days like that. I think back with much reverence. Those were really fun.
Reverence. Singles soundtrack for all you Gen Xers. I don't remember the soundtrack.
Yeah, I don't know much about that one.
Okay.
Dirty Dancing, sick soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Scorsese.
Is that in the Michelob YouTube chat?
It is.
You guys, you younger fellas here have done a nice job of keeping the YouTube chat part of the lively conversation.
Well, I appreciate those guys. They're in there day in, day out. They don't miss a day, even when Tim's gone, which I even considered missing a day when Tim was gone. But Scorsy and Too Fat to Kayak and Bill Reloaded, Bill's Holes, they're in there. They never miss. Really? I appreciate that.
Doug had that. He was ready for it. It was like right as Chairman finished that sentence, he had it right.
I knew what he was going to say.
You could smell it.
Yeah.
And when Doug is serious, but he just goes right to it. But when he wants to give it a little build-up, he hits the table first, and then I have time to prepare where I can cover my left ear.
I was feeling kind of down, but Tim actually emailed me a few minutes ago, so that kind of helped.
That's nice.
Here we go, and yep.
Wow. Tim will be back next week.
Okay.
I'm ready for those texts that day. Thank God.
It was horrible.
And then it'll be like
they talk sports, and then they talk non-sports.
Yeah, and
then
it'll be
they had guests, and then they had no guests.
The student who tattles to the teacher about what they did with the sub.
I think the phrase is Mrs. Crabtree or something. Because
Little Rascals,
Michael Crabtree
or something.
You put a sorry ass receiver like Crabtree on me. That's exactly what you get.
Miss Crabtree was a teacher in the Little Rascals.
Maybe there was something about because Jeff Supai would call, and if we said something out of school like we were he called us tattletales. He said, "What are you, Mrs. Crabtree?" And I didn't know what the reference was. Jackson, RollingStone.com, kind of into movies and music, right?
Certainly, entertainment.
So they have their top 100 soundtracks.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I think the same thing. Yeah.
All right. Well, then I can't quiz you on it.
Well, I haven't.
Oh, Brother,
looked.
Where Art Thou is on there.
Absolutely.
13.
It's incredible.
Rushmore, number 12.
It's probably the only Wes Anderson that would be on there.
Okay. Number 10, Doug.
I don't know.
Wild Style.
Okay.
I don't even know what that is.
No, I don't either.
Dazed and Confused has to be in the top 5.
American Graffiti.
Yeah.
Number 9. The Graduate, number 8. There you go. Simon Garfunkel.
Simon Garfunkel, yeah.
Pulp Fiction, number 7.
Great one.
Superfly, number 6. It was in 1972.
In Pulp Fiction, when the switch in the beginning goes to Jungle Boogie by Kool and the Gang, just so awesome.
Number 5, Doug Vaughn voted for it, Saturday Night Fever.
Great call.
I mean, that
kind of launched.
It was almost like an album that was massively huge. Oh, by the way, it was the soundtrack.
Olivia Newton-John, that launched her career, right? The Saturday Night Fever soundtrack.
No, you're thinking of Grease.
I'm thinking of Grease.
This is John Travolta.
Right. Who's also in Grease.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I got confused.
Now this, I forgot that it was a movie, A Hard Day's Night.
Yeah.
The Beatles.
Yeah. My parents had that double CD framed up in the house. It's awesome.
Number 3, The Harder They Come. 1972?
I don't know much about that.
Director Perry Hensel. I don't know. Pressure Drop. That's a great song. That's in there. Help by the Beatles. Number 2.
It seems kind of like cheating when a band makes a movie.
Yeah, I'd have to Purple Rain. Number 1.
Yeah, see, I mean, that's like...
It's an artist album as much as it's
not,
the
doesn't
movie.
seem as fair. It's like the Bob Dylan movie.
Get out of here. Get out of here, huh? Rolling Stone.
Yeah.
You guys ever spin any vinyl?
Oh, yeah. Back in the day. Sure.
That's all we had back then.
I got a record player recently, and I was listening to Purple Rain on vinyl the other day.
Does it sound any better? It doesn't, right? You're just telling yourself it does.
It's the nostalgia, I think.
Yeah.
It was a lot of work because you put that needle. You had to really be gentle,
right.
And then after 20 minutes, you go, "Oh, I got to go flip the."
That technology fascinates me. The idea that this printed out piece of plastic or vinyl
with grooves in it,
and the needle makes it. The fact that we got that before some of the inventions we have now, doesn't that seem much more sophisticated than some that we made now?
Does.
People are awesome. Humans are awesome.
Shout out to humans.
Yeah.
Did you just point at the camera?
Yeah.
For shout out to humans?
I'm a showman.
Awesome.
Go ahead, Doug. I cut you off.
I was watching a documentary, and it said, going way back to when the cotton gin first came in to being, and they had looms, and they could print out different fabric styles. They said that coding led to computers.
Really?
That's what that would. They had to code the looms to get them, the thread to go just where they wanted it, and said that was basically the ground of the computer.
Yeah, Alan Turing then would probably build upon that. If you've seen the Imitation Game with Benedict Cumberbatch,
missed it.
Alan Turing is one of the most important people in human history, and I recommend people
say the name again.
Alan Turing.
Alan, I don't know him.
Why is he the most?
Essentially invented computers, saved a bunch of people in World War II with his invention. And
Gutenberg was probably the most important
The printing press is the most, because it brought intelligence across the world.
Well, yeah, you could share information.
That's probably the most important piece of technology ever. But Alan Turing is a fascinating and also tragic character.
Dan Rather told the story when he first started. He was a DJ, but it was like a Bible station. So he would play these albums, and I guess they were preachers.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, it's 20 minutes. He said he had time to go and get lunch and come back. And he was driving back, listening to the station that he was supposed to be in charge of. And the needle got stuck. And it was just the preacher saying, "You go to hell. You go to hell." And it just kept saying it over and over because the old needle got stuck. Guys, the last 5 minutes is worse than watching The View.
Oh,
wow. That's from the Gray.
Nothing's worse than The View.
Gray Summit, Gray Goose Gosler. We'll take your text. Is there anything worse than watching The View?
Iggy on the couch, our guy Iggy, saying Kenny Loggins is the soundtrack king.
That's true.
Yeah. Faltermeyer and Kenny Loggins probably.
Footloose.
Caddyshack.
Top Gun.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
I would say they're the soundtrack kings, guys like John Williams. John Williams by far.
From the symphonic era.
And also like Hans Zimmer of more modern times. But John Williams, Jaws, Star Wars, Jurassic Park, Indiana Jones.
Vinyl's been vinyl's outselling CDs the past few years. Well, CDs, I guess. With the right system, it absolutely sounds better.
I don't know that it could sound better than digital music. I don't know. I think it's people telling themselves it sounds better.
Well, we got away from, you didn't have to hear the scratch of the needle anymore. Now people are like, don't you want to hear the scratch of the needle?
Oh, it's so much better. I don't know that it was. Remember when if you'd stomp on the floor, it might move the needle on the record player. Remember that if you drop something heavy or something, the vibration would move the needle on the record player.
Big Tough saying that the invention of heated car seats is more important than the printing press. Suck at Gutenberg, Big Tuft on the Air Comfort Service text line. I'll take that one step further. You ever rode in the car with heated... Ridden?
Isn't it ridden in the car?
Ridden? Is it ridden in the car? Yeah, it's ridden in the car. Thank you, Chairman. With a heated...
I said it first.
With a heated steering wheel.
Yes.
Oh, that's good stuff.
It is nice. Yeah,
that is good stuff.
Oh yeah, those are great.
I think the heated seat almost makes you like, if you get a little too comfortable, almost like you're going to the bathroom. You got to be careful. I mean, if you have to go, I'm saying you got to be careful, Doug. I think it's almost like it's grooming you to go to the bathroom.
Oh, there have been cases where the heat won't go off and it gets too hot and people get burned.
Someone said if Marconi would have never been born, I wouldn't have to listen to this crap all day, every day.
That's fair.
That's from the X and Espresso.
Can I run an invention idea by you guys I had?
Sure.
I would market it and it'd be called the potty pedal.
What would that do?
It is a pedal at the base of a toilet seat that you can step on, like a trash can would raise the trash can lid. It would lift the toilet seat lid for you so you would never have to touch the toilet seat with your hand.
Oh.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That's interesting. They make those fancy new toilets that kind of like do that on their own. You can kind of like
it's a sensor.
You're like Darth Vader. Like you like just put your hand out and it does everything you want.
Are you guys pro or anti bidet?
I've changed my stance. I became pro.
Well, there'd be no reason to be anti, right? Unless you just didn't want to spend a lot of money to have it installed.
Well, I mean, if you're a little shy.
Protesting outside the bidet factories.
It's not the kind of thing you do with an audience.
No more bidets. No more bidets. Protesting.
Why would being shy have anything to do with that? It's like in the bathroom, the privacy of your own bathroom.
I don't mean like socially shy. I just mean like maybe anatomically shy.
Oh.
Well, that's fair. Can't win them all.
Grow up.
All right, this is the end of The View. It's time for a break. It's the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Want to go to Florida, Vegas, Hilton Head, Knoxville, Gulf Shores, all these great spots. You can get there with one airport. It's Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. You can book the flight at flymidamerica.com. Great rates from Allegiant Airline, great destinations, and convenience. That's what you get at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. You park for less than $10 a day, walk in, get through the gate, security, get to the gate. I should say, in about 15 minutes. I bring that up all the time because it's just unheard of. It's hard to wrap your head around that. Parking, bringing your bag, walking in. It's right there. The parking lot is right next to the terminal. There's no shuttle rides, none of that. At Mid-America St. Louis Airport, going to these great spots, and you're going to love it. You can drive to Destin. Some folks have been doing that for years. How about getting there in about an hour and 10 minutes? That's unbelievable. Hour and 10 minutes, you're landing, you'll see the beach. Convenience, great value. 7 Florida destinations. You get on down to Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers. All of it one spot, Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Find out why. Folks have figured this out. They're going to be expanding over there soon. Book your flight at flymidamerica.com. So the Bangers gave way to the big chill. Sometimes it's birthdays. There is a theme. Just when you think there's not a theme, Doug, there's a theme.
Yeah.
Little Jackie Papers.
Kevin Kline in Big Chill, Priory.
Yeah, shout out to Kevin Kline. Joe Beth Williams, Jeff Goldblum, William Hurt.
Yeah. Glenn Close.
Glenn Close. And then there's a Tilly, one of the
Meg.
Tillys. Yeah.
I think it's Meg Tilly.
Sounds right.
Kevin Costner.
And
technically.
Who's in the, is that in
He's
the casket?
the dead guy.
In the dead guy.
Yeah.
He's the
And
dead
there's like
guy.
a deleted scene with him, and I don't think it made the final cut.
Best acting job he ever did. Doug, Lee Elia died, the manager of the Cubs. He was also the manager of the Phillies. He was 87. I heard Chip Carey give a nice shout out to Lee Elia on the broadcast last night. And he said, who should be remembered for more than just one rant in Chicago. But Lee Elia is best remembered for the rant. And if you think about it, if you're a Cardinal fan, you should love Lee Elia. What are you straining about? Because is there audio of it?
I wanted. I
in the
meant
dossier.
I meant to cut. No, I know. I meant to cut it, and I didn't, and it's full of expletives.
For heaven's sakes!
It's so full of expletives.
Well, here's what the Stiefel dossier. Well, you got time.
Well, I can't add the
because
bleeps. It's 3 minutes.
Is there one on YouTube? That's
I can try to find it.
version?
I can try to find it. You just don't talk to me for about a minute and a half.
Don't tell us who to talk to and who not to.
Not a problem, pal. If it says in the Stiefel dossier, Lee Elia, manager of the Cubs and Phillies, dies at 87, which I had made a note to bring up because, as Chip Carey was pointing out, he's a great baseball man. He worked with a lot of players, younger players, etc. But all he is known for is his epic rant ripping the Cubs fans. And underneath here in segment 9-2, it says famous Lee Elia tirade audio. And then, Doug, it says parentheses coming soon. Like a new movie coming to theaters near you. So that's fine. But my point is, how would you like to be remembered? I wonder if he cared. I never heard over the years if he was like, I don't want to be known just for that. Hal McRae had an epic explosion.
Oh, he did. He was yanking phones out of the wall.
Throwing tape recorders. I talked to him about it once because he was the hitting coach for the Cardinals. And he just laughed about it. And I said, did it ever bother you? Like that clip was just wildly famous and situ bleepination. The way he weaved in swear words was epic. But I don't think he was known for that. But Lee Elia was mad at the Cub fans and basically said they're a bunch of bums.
Thing. I hope we get hotter than just to stuff it up them 3,000 people that show up every day. Because if they're the real Chicago fans, they can kiss my right downtown and print it. My what am I supposed to do? Go out there and let my players get destroyed every day and be quiet about it? For the nickel-dime people that show up? The don't even work. That's why they're out of the game. They want to go out and get a job and find out what it's like to go out there and a living. 85% of the world's working. The other 15 come out here.
That was the takeaway. Basically, just destroying the fans who do show up, saying they don't have jobs, turning on the fan base like nobody ever has. And I love the fact it was the old, newspaper days. Go downtown and print it. He's telling the assembled media, go downtown and print it.
It's just shy of Mike Ditka. That clip we play of Mike Ditka.
Gosh.
When you have a rant like that, that's going to become the defining moment of your career.
Right, like Mike Gundy's been coaching Oklahoma State for however many years. It's still the "I'm a man" rant.
That's the only thing you know.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Yeah.
We have a texter. I don't know how often. Maybe he's changed his name, he or she, who would text in as Mike Gundy's unread newspaper, and that was always like my favorite text name.
That was quite a rant that Gundy had. That was very nice.
What's the old Colts coach, Jim Mora, about the playoff?
Oh, yeah.
The playoff.
Wow. We just want to win a game.
Yeah. Allen Iverson, borderline, who's an MVP, one of the greatest players of all time. The practice thing is still just like is an all-time. You can't forget.
Not a game.
But 85% of the people in this world go to work. The other 15% come to Cubs
To ad-lib
games.
that line is true. It's like he works at Second City, just down the road.
And I think Cardinal fans yeah, Lee, you give it to him. Cub just basically.
But it's not just people in sports. Any phase of life, really. If you do one thing that's really outrageous, that's what you're going to be remembered for.
Like Doug wearing a blouse on Fox 2.
Well, like Lee Oswald only shot one person, as far as we know.
And nobody knows he was a great Cub Scout.
Could have been.
We never talk about that. Threw a no-hitter in Corey League. Poor Lee Harvey.
Yeah.
Nobody mentions
Always
that.
gets buried.
Hold on.
Lee Elia spent 50 years in professional baseball, Doug.
There's 3 quarterbacks on this football team. Whichever one starts. Whichever ones don't, will back him up. Period. Cut and dried. It's nobody's concern but ours. Nobody's. Next.
Injuries from the game.
Talk to the trainer. Next.
Mike, why are you in such a bad mood?
What do you care? Okay. If you were 2-7, you'd be in a bad mood too.
The Lee Elia rant was in April of that season. That's like it could be a long year. Skipper saying, first week of the season. You made Lee Elia because it's the first month. The Cubs dropped to 5-14. They had a home loss to the Dodgers. The Wrigley Field crowd of 9,391. Wrigley Field crowd threw garbage at players.
Oh, well, that's going over the edge there.
So, to be fair to Lee Elia and his resume, when he snapped, they did fall to 5-14, and that was a year before the magical '84 season for the Cubs. But that was with Don Zimmer. Doug, I think they called him Popeye. The Wrigley Field crowd of 9,300 threw garbage at players. Elia responded with a rant that lives on with censored versions still being played on various programs years later.
How do you get away with throwing garbage at players? Like, what are they talking about there? Tomatoes? Or
I guess
what kind of garbage did you bring to the game?
I'm
trying to throw a hot dog wrapper. You can't throw that. It's just going to start floating.
Yeah.
There's a giant hefty bag they hauled in from out in the dumpster. I'm assuming it's concession trash.
One would think.
Know.
Yeah.
I guess. But there's just not a lot of, you can't get a lot of distance out of much concession trash.
At the moment, it was very, very difficult. Lee Elia said 25 years later while visiting that day as part of a charity drive. But you sit here, you're 70 years old, you look at it and you say to yourself, it was unfortunate, but for crying out loud, we're human beings. You make mistakes sometimes. So he actually, 25 years after the fact, which would have been, 2008, actually was asked about it, talked about it.
Yeah. So I think that would have to be on the Mount Rushmore of rants. Someone texted in Dennis Greens should be included on that.
Yeah.
Former Arizona coach.
Bobby Knight had a few.
There were. The John Chaney attack on Calipari isn't really a rant, but it's a really awkward post-game moment. Came in to beat him up or something.
Earl Weaver had some good rants on the field.
Yeah, there's the famous one where he's mic'd up.
Yeah, yelling at the umpire.
And he looks, I know he was a short guy. He looks even shorter in that video.
He's
it's
like a cartoon character.
It's like a low angle, and he legit looks like, yeah, you're right. He looks like he's just fired up.
And Will Fleming, you can go off, mother. All right. You want to take a conversation that we're having and then blow it out of proportion because you're a East Coast piece of shit reporter? Off.
Might be a new entry.
Will the Thrill with a new entry, although I don't think he would ever consider himself.
No.
I don't know what he would use. It is the Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, which the Kurt, the Jackson have been monitoring closely. The Air Comfort Service text line is 399-9646. A lot of great texts and topics. We'll have email of the day. The Design Air email of the day is how we close out the show. A lot of Cardinal discussion, as well as people saying, you know what they keep saying? Where's Tim? Where's Tim?
Where is he?
Here he is right now talking about Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Okay. Design Air Heating and Cooling is the sponsor of our email of the day on TMA, and they are also the longest running sponsor on the Morning After. Martin is a client, Doug is a client, and I am a client. And we are clients because we know that when we have any issues with our heating and cooling system, we can count on Design Air Heating and Cooling. All you have to do is go to designairservice.com. Fourth generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over tens of thousands since 1904, and it's the longest running TMA supporter on the program. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day, longest running sponsor on TMA, and we all personally endorse Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com.
Not sure the context. Jackie, you're a treasure.
That person asked if his name was changed.
I see. There's a lot of name change going on. A lot of people suck up to Jackson, and the only time they do it is when it's name change season.
I'll take what I can get. You know what I'm saying?
Why are these names so important to people, you think?
You feel closer to the program if you have a name. It's an opportunity, an outlet, really, to be creative. And I think in a world where sometimes that's not... It's tough to find the outlets, and I think this is a great one. Both with text and text names.
Okay.
Outlets for creativity. Sometimes you just gotta let
social media.
Yeah, but it's more interactive here, and I like that.
I see.
I think it's good. And some of the names are really funny. Dougie V's BBL. I like that one.
What does that mean?
Brazilian butt lift.
Oh,
I haven't had one yet.
Okay.
Did Stefan Diggs break up with Cardi B because of hers? Have you seen that?
I have no idea about that.
I saw. He said that it smelled so bad.
Gosh!
He couldn't take it, and he broke up with her.
Allegedly. The implants smell bad?
I didn't read it.
The chairman lives in a whole nother world.
I was guilty.
What's
of
your
just
news
seeing
feed
the
look like?
Yeah, you don't want to be in my algorithm.
No. Jackson, did you play that Will Clark drop because somebody did text in play Will Clark again, or were you it was just on your brain?
I was talking about rants, talking about people getting fired up, and I don't know.
Oh, it's fine. I was just curious. Doug Lee Harvey Oswald shot 2 people. He also shot Dallas police officer J.D. Tippett.
Oh, and John Connolly got it too, didn't he?
Yeah, the great Texas politician.
Yeah, the guy in the front seat.
A lot of people texting about great rants with the Dennis Green, Jim Mora. Let's see. Okay, I can't say that one. And then there's a serious take. The Nolan Gorman conundrum is one of the most unusual MLB player stories. Even last night, only Cardinal with 3 strikeouts, no hits. Is anyone trying to help him? Does he know who the hitting coach is? Has he tried contact lenses? I believe it's an eye problem. Doesn't our song say that he got his eye back?
That's right.
I'm convinced now he should be traded. I knew 3 years ago Walker was a bust, but I had hopes for Gorman. That's from the 636. Jordan Walker homering last night. Dougie's playing in Springfield, working his way back. Somebody's down on Gorman. I do think the season of runway is now April, May, June. What, about 3.5 months old? What have you learned? This is a great clearing the deck, Jackson. In this Cardinals season of runway, what have you learned? Doug, what have you learned?
About Gorman or about the whole
About the team, the franchise, the season of runway. What have we learned? Do you feel clarity on any of the roster?
No, that's one of the crazy things is that halfway through it feels like we still don't know what they've got here. Clearly, they need more catchers. They've got 4. They're going to have to add to that.
4 or 5 more.
Yeah. What have we learned? I'm just not sure. So many of the guys you wanted answers on, like Gorman and like Walker and Nootbaar, you're still kind of scratching your head. Oh, who are they? Are we ever going to know? Are they ever going to take that next step to the next level? Maybe they're just who they are right now. This is who they're going to be in their prime.
Do you think, I put in the dossier, I didn't say why should, I said why shouldn't the Cardinals trade Lars Nootbaar at the deadline?
Well, you wouldn't if you wouldn't get a good return.
Well, yeah, it's obviously always dependent on what you're going to get back. But don't you think that would be like, if you're looking at possible trade pieces, one of your best options?
I would think, because Donovan could play left field.
Yeah, you already have a ton of lefties in the lineup. People still like Lars Nootbaar from a StatCast sabermetric standpoint. Probably a need for corner outfielders out there.
Yeah.
And who are you saying, absolutely not, you better not trade blank?
Well, in terms
Probably
of like people that
Mason
would,
Wynn is
because like
your-
Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras are just likely not going to be moved.
Well, forget their no trade. I'm just saying that you want them on your team. You cannot, they can't be dragged away or pulled out of your hands on this ride. There's like, you would have never traded Albert Pujols in his heyday. You never would have traded Roland. Although
do they have someone in 2025 like that?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
I think the answer is no.
No, you'd prefer to keep Mason Wynn. You love him.
Right,
Bright future.
You wouldn't move Jordan Walker because you'd be selling really low. You don't want to do that.
You'd keep Ivan Herrera, but you could probably be talked into.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
deal.
talked into one of the catchers, and maybe it'd be tough to move on from Herrera based on your lack of right-handed hitting.
For the 636, trade Donnie as well. The only piece we have with value. That's true. Like, you're one guy that you're like, it's got some value. But you could talk me into a deal. In other words, you don't have any one player that you're saying. Absolutely not. So this is the season of runway, Doug.
Yeah.
As we are scrubbing the deck, clearing the deck, feeling the deck.
Meanwhile, J.J. Weatherall yesterday. First MLB.
Maybe he's the one guy you say, I will not trade.
First AAA hit was a triple yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Is he the one guy? Is he the guy you would say, I would absolutely not trade?
Outstanding since he's entered the organization.
Still being used as a shortstop, primarily?
Heavily
that was
second
crowdsourcing.
base.
Crowdsourcing.
I think he's 2/3 second base, a third shortstop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Middle infielder.
Yeah, you might as well, because Wynn is
Give him an
going
outfield
to be your
glove.
guy, probably.
Yeah.
But if you could go win Weatherholt, now we're getting
and
there.
you can move down into the outfield.
Yeah.
Something there. And I think, there's a surplus of left-handed hitting on the Cardinals, and they struggle against the lefties,
Mm-hmm.
I think they were planning on Jordan Walker filling that right-handed power gap, but that has not worked out.
And Herrera.
Today. Right,
His
injury is certainly a factor.
That's why they got Garrett Hampson.
That's right.
Probably
Our guy.
not, yeah. And he keeps getting at bats in almost every game. He's hitting $169, which is not bad.
It's not bad. Degrading the deck, deviating from the deck, staining the deck.
Oh, I see replanking the deck.
Replanking the deck.
I think of a card game when I think this. I don't think of like an
actual physical deck.
No.
You're thinking cards.
Although I get why one would think that. Because like if there's choppy tides coming, you'd want to clear the deck.
Choppy tides. Clearing the deck is in segment 9.3, according to the Stiefel dossier, which also has the Michael Jordan's former home is available now at Airbnb.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that the one he couldn't sell?
Yeah,
I
think
always
it's
see
in
that.
Highland Park, Illinois, just north of Chicago.
It's so big and so massive that they couldn't sell it. So expensive.
Well, it's got like the 23 gates up front.
Yeah.
Joel Goldberg and I took a picture years and years ago. I still have this picture of me and Goldie outside the gate.
Yeah.
It's got the giant 23. Hey, who lives there? Oh, I don't know. Michael Jordan.
Jermaine Dye.
Yeah, I suppose if you did buy it, you'd have tourists coming by all the time by your house wanting to get pictures and everything. That'd be annoying,
Right.
wouldn't it?
Not to mention you're buying like a massive, super expensive home in a place where it gets really, really cold in the winter.
Yeah.
And it's not like I don't think it's on like a body of water of any kind.
And this is a live living dossier. So what happens is when I click on it, it's supposed to open, except mine will not on this computer.
I can take care of that.
No.
It's a $25,000 deposit if you go there on Airbnb. Seems a bit pricey. That's just make sure you don't take anything home with you. 17 and a half bathrooms. Maybe that's where the remote is, Doug, in one of the 17 and a half bathrooms. We've got Doug's missing remote. We've got the Cards and Braves this weekend. BK and Ferrari are coming up at 11 o'clock. Design Air Email a day. Between then, right here on 101 ESPN. TCU working with the St. Louis Zoo. Share some fun facts about the St. Louis Zoo, which cares for about 12,000 animals that represents nearly 450 species. The St. Louis Zoo has a great impact on wildlife conservation. It is significant, and that's why Together Credit Union has partnered up with the St. Louis Zoo to offer that exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. That Zoo debit card will round up the change from your transactions. Every time you use it, they donate that money to the St. Louis Zoo. Those donations help further the zoo's mission of animal care and management, wildlife conservation. That Zoo debit card also means you get some special perks with membership, discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, much more. And if you sign up now, you'll get that sea lion plush toy with your St. Louis Zoo debit card. Get it by simply going to any of the 14 local branches or sign up for the checking account at togethercu.org. Pretty cool to get the zoo debit card and help out the St. Louis Zoo. Don't wait. Sign up today. Support the zoo. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. New Orleans Pelicans forward Herb Jones has agreed to a 3-year, $68 million contract extension with the Pelicans, his representatives tell ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Not from the Big Chill, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Is
That's
it?
what IMDb has it on the soundtrack.
I mean, it could be. I don't remember. It's also a banger. We also tip our cap to Brian Wilson.
Well, something like in that movie, Heard It Through the Grapevine plays over the entire opening credits. So, it's memorable, and then they do the...
When's the last time you watched that? Like, recently?
Probably a year and change ago.
Really?
Probably for the first time, yeah. It's not. I wouldn't say it's a movie, geared towards my age. No. More towards... It's a boomer movie. It's about people. But I think it's resonant even for people in their late 20s, early 30s.
Bangers and boomers right here on The Morning After TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Text line's been active. The YouTube chat brought to you by Mick Ultra, active as well. Before we move on to some Mizzou conversation here, when did the Cardinals stop shooting off fireworks after home runs or a win? And when did they stop? When and why, I guess, is the question. I was not aware of that.
I wasn't either. When
and why? I'm going to find out. I've got people down there.
So no fireworks last night?
Wow. Should have. Got the dub. Got a home run from Big Willie.
Yeah.
So we had firework opportunities with a home run and a home win. And they're actually 10 games over 500 at home. Sweep these Braves right out of town, Doug, and then you're just fine.
Well, you
got Fedde shoving tomorrow. Should we do the same thing we do with Mikolas? Do we want to predict?
Okay.
And because you were optimistic about Mikolas and kind of the do factor, which I think happens more times than not in sports, Eric Fedde on Saturday.
I think the same thing will happen with him.
Really?
I think he'll be much better. I think he's going to give you 5 innings, and he's going to allow the Braves 3 runs.
5 innings, 3 runs.
5 innings, 3 runs.
I'm not as optimistic here. I'm going to go 4 innings, 5 runs, Doug.
Oh, no.
4 innings.
Okay.
5 runs. But then that'll warrant another start, because those outside of those runs he gave up, he really did some good things. That'll warrant another
And you got to
start.
build up his trade value.
Yes. Beau Pribula was on a podcast. A lot of thoughts about, he really seems to, from all accounts, just loves Mizzou and his experience so far. Jackson, what do we have here? This is from the Stiefel dossier.
Yes, from Next Up, Carter Gold tweeted out this clip from Beau Pribula talking about his experience so far in Columbia.
I had no idea really. I knew they were a good team. Like they had won 10 games the past 2 seasons. I remember they beat Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl.
Brady Cook.
I knew Brady Cook. He's similar kind of athletic quarterback that I was, but I had no idea what other than that. I was like, I don't know anything about Missouri. So I was like, yeah, I'll go to Missouri. I'll check it out. I heard it's they're a good program. I went there and I was like, first thing's wow, they have really nice facilities. I went in there, it's I'm taking an elevator to the 4th floor to talk to Coach Drake.
All of a sudden, you care about the facility.
Oh, yeah. I was like, wow, this is kind of nicer than Penn State. What?
They don't have elevators?
Okay. But it was really just getting with Coach Drink, the head coach, hanging out with him, and then Kirby Moore, the offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore's younger brother. Kellen Moore's the head coach of the Saints now. But like I said, it was really just those 2 things, am I a good fit? And met with the offensive coordinator for a while, hour, 2-hour meeting, just talking about scheme and stuff like that. And I was like, that's pretty good. That's kind of what I want right here. This OC is dialed. They have a really good football team, and they have a really good football program going on an upward trajectory. And I was like, I'm going to take these other visits to compare and contrast and see, but I don't know. It's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah.
That comes from the Next Up podcast with Adam Brenneman via Front Office Sports.
And it looked like he was in Como, right? He was sitting there with him?
They're certainly in person together. I don't know where.
Unless Beau P showed up to meet him.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Boy, if I were the Tigers, I would clip that and send it out to wherever the portals are being discussed and say, hey, man, here's a great endorsement. Because it sounded like, legitimately, Beau Pribula really didn't know a lot about Mizzou.
Yeah, right.
Somebody probably threw a number around or probably said, you can get this much if you go. He's like, all right, give it a shot. And got on campus and kind of won him over. And how about the facilities? How raving about him. And what, Penn State didn't have an elevator, Doug? Is that what you heard?
That's what it sounded like. He said, I got on an elevator, go up to the 4th floor. It's criminy. You got to climb up 4 floors of stairs every time you go upstairs?
Criminy. I like that.
If you're a Mizzou fan, and I don't know how well Beau Pribula will do, but that's pretty encouraging that, relatively big-time player from a big-time program is saying, you know what, I'll check you guys out, and, man, I like everything about it. That's encouraging. Does that make you puff out your Mizzou chest?
Listen, I love the Missouri Tigers. I'm so fired up for college football coming back. But I know to temper expectations until we see what's on the field, because the more you think you know before a college football season, oftentimes the less you actually know. Because you got, especially with how robust the transfer portal is in 2025, you're never really sure how the team's going to gel. Even if on paper it seems like, man, these guys can really fly. You just don't know until you see them. And so, as excited as I am, and hearing something like that is very encouraging, you still got to wait and see what it looks like on the gridiron.
But I think it's a state of the program. And people are pointing out he also got millions of dollars or whatever the final number is.
But that's just how it is now.
Certainly, that's a factor, money, but he had his choice. He would have gotten paid well wherever he went.
Right, exactly. And, and that, I think a transfer quarterback, you're also just not sure. It's a new system. How do they react to it? How does the coaching staff react to it? But you just wait and see, man. And it's different, like NFL, you can kind of go into it.
Did you man me?
Nah,
man. Wait and see, man.
Don't do that.
Gosh,
but with the NFL, you can kind of have a good idea of what teams are going to look like before the season. With college, it's it's a lot of brand recognition. Well, Auburn's probably going to be pretty good. They're a brand. Well, sometimes it's just they're down. Just teams not gelling.
Yeah,
kind of the Charles Barkley college basketball knowledge when the tournament rolls around. I'll tell you what, man, UCLA's always good. Actually, they're 500 this year. They are? Okay.
McKernan.
Well,
you don't like McKernan.
I'm sure they paid handsomely to get him.
Yeah.
Well, one of the best things about the NIL thing, I know it's caused a lot of problems, a lot of issues for a lot of people, but a lot of the players, maybe even the majority playing basketball and football, come from rather disadvantaged backgrounds, and a lot of these guys are now going to get a whole lot of money in their bank account, even if they never make it to the NFL.
Exactly. And especially in a sport like football, where injuries you can be the best player and you can be totally derailed by injuries. We saw the Florida State quarterback from a couple years ago when they went undefeated who got injured, who pretty much has shut it down. Like that injury and it's awful to hear, but you're right. When you can make some money, and good money at that, before you ever go pro, it can build in a little bit of a safety net. Whereas in the NFL, like, you could play 2-3 years, make good money, but you get a bad knee injury, that's it.
Yeah, but at least getting to the NFL at all, they got some money out of it.
Yeah, right.
From getting drafted and the rookie bonuses or whatever.
Sure.
But it used to be the majority of them would never sniff that at all.
Right.
And now there's literally hundreds, maybe even into the thousands of young kids who are going to be pulled right up out of a bad home, possibly poverty, some of them, to have maybe a couple $100,000 in their bank account starting out.
Absolutely.
It is funny how it's opened the door for college athletes to use their name, image, and likeness. That was the original intent. So you can go down to the local car dealer, or the booster can have you out to his house and you'd get paid for it. And it was not against the rules. A friend of mine's daughter was playing high-level college field hockey, and he said, yes, you got to deal with the local car wash. She gets free car washes all year. Like,
That's nice.
It's something. It's something.
Yep.
But not everybody is
it's not
cashing in like crazy.
No, not everyone's
basketball and football.
I think I've asked this since day one. If you're on the team and the quarterback makes $1 million and everybody knows it, and you're the left tackle and they said, I'm sorry, here's $10,000 or whatever, you're a little annoyed. Just because the nature of the position, the quarterback is going to get paid more. I guess you could have class envy at every, in the NFL or the NBA.
I think it's,
But it's tricky if you're a college kid scraping to get by on the team, and then the QB's rolling up with brand new Range Rover.
Yeah, I've heard coaches talk about that, like how there's in the locker room like some envy, but I think it's kind of
What's the punter make at Alabama?
Right.
Is he making
But it's like a microcosm of the NFL where, your quarterback is making $28 million and, some of your offensive linemen are making league minimum. But oftentimes you hear stories all the time for quarterbacks taking their offensive line out to dinner. You can take care of your guys still. I think Brady Cook talked about some gifts he gave the offensive line. So
it happens in, I guess, virtually every sport. Even in baseball, you could be in a locker room where one guy's making $40 million a year, and the guy in the next locker is $700,000.
Right.
Doing the same things.
Right. Exactly.
No, I understand. There's that disparity. I just wonder in college,
and you're younger.
Well, but also if you're the right guard and you're making $15,000, and the quarterback's making $1 million, as opposed to in the NFL, you're only making $800,000. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you're blocking and saving the guy's health who's making 100 times more money than you are.
Maybe I'll miss the block next time around on this guy.
Man, some of the NIL deals you hear about for premier offensive linemen, tackles especially, it's nice. They put a lot of value in that.
Guys, just tuning in. Hope I didn't miss the Mike Tomlin talk. Thank you.
Should we circle back? Let's take a look at that poll.
We did. Is there an actual poll?
Oh, Chairman tweeted out a poll.
I absolutely tweeted that out.
Yeah, let me tell us. Give us a breakdown.
Well, backstory. Somebody did call into the show, Jay Killa, and he wanted to talk about Mike Tomlin, and more or less that the mothership, ESPN, has spent too much time praising Mike Tomlin and stating that he's a Hall of Famer. And I thought Jay Killa was doing a Francesa type bit with us when the caller asked him to talk about every quarterback that was playing in the league.
Talk about Matt
But I think it was real and was tired of all this Tomlin talk. So we, of course, turned it into a serious poll question.
That's right.
And with 169 votes, the audience disagrees with Jay Killa. They say Mike Tomlin is a Hall of Fame coach. 78% say yes.
Okay. Well, that's nice information for us to have. I'm looking at Mike Tomlin's record even as we speak. I'm sure it's
longevity. He's got a Super Bowl. Now, look, I'm falling victim to it. Now I'm talking about it.
Bob in Manhattan, what's up, Bob?
Don't let this guy do it to us.
Yes, I wanted to talk about Tom Brady, and I also wanted to talk about Phillip Rivers.
Well, go ahead.
I also wanted to talk about Carson Wentz and Drew Brees. Andrew Luck.
All right, get rid of him. Let's go. Get rid of him. Hey, we're going to have, it's going to be a short show today, folks, if we keep up with these calls. I'm going to tell you right now, you know what? I got more important things to do. If you guys want to mess around and want to take calls today, we can do that too,
He's got more important things to do.
He's like an adjunct professor, just giving it to his students.
He's got more. Can I give me a little more Francesa, because it makes me laugh. The callers are on to him, yet he keeps going to them, and they're just messing with him nonstop.
Edwin in the Bronx, what's up, Edwin?
Hi, Mike. First start calling.
I stayed all night watching the game. It was a very emotional game. I just want to ask a question. Why so many people call baseball boring?
All right, so this is a guy who wasn't on the phone to begin with. Vaughn says so. We just get rid of him, move on. So I don't know what that's about, but I'm not wasting my time.
I don't know. What did the guy do that was so wrong?
I don't know.
He was going to talk about
Baseball
people
being
saying baseball
boring?
being boring. And
Yeah.
I feel like that one, like the quarterback guy got to go on and on and on, mentioning every quarterback in the league.
Well, he had it at that point.
But this guy,
his patience was running thin.
I know, but this guy's just talking about how baseball is kind of boring, and all of a sudden he had no time for him.
Excuse me. All right. I apologize. David Westchester. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Mike, how you doing today?
Good, thanks.
Was that a Joey Vitale library? Can I hear the beginning of that again? It might have been
Excuse me. All right.
You could just
I apologize. David Westchester. Go ahead, Dave.
If you could just see Jackson at the time. Go! We do have an answer to the question. Last night was Disability Pride Sensory Night. No fireworks last night.
Fair.
Supporting the fans who have sensory issues. So there was a specific reason last night. No fireworks for the home run or for the win. You know
Makes
what we do
sense.
here? We get answers.
Yeah, okay. Because I was going to say, I've been to a
gets
game
answers.
with fireworks. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wonder
Doug,
how the
we get
comment
answers.
section was on that post.
Yeah.
We get answers.
I guess if you're really bothered by fireworks, you probably wouldn't want to go to the game anyway, though, would you?
That's why this game was.
But did they advertise that there would be no fireworks?
I think that was the point. It was available.
Yeah.
How many people do you think that is in the St. Louis area?
Sensory issues, you
I
mean?
couldn't even
That would really
come close to venturing a
really
guess.
have a problem with a firework going off with a home run. You think it's less than 5?
But I wonder, were other things done to accommodate?
Oh, I'm sure.
Just kind of tricky with Mikolas pitching because things could light up quickly.
Oh,
well, I'm just saying with
not
him on the
fair.
mound.
Not after that performance.
Okay.
It's not fair.
He pitched on the 4th of July. Did it not lead to fireworks jokes last week? My God.
It's a cheap shot.
Did you see the guys? It's a cheap shot. It's the Morning After, brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. Love stopping by the butcher at Schnucks and just talking about some ideas. They've got a friendly staff there, an experienced staff. They'll give you ideas on the grill. Maybe you want to venture out, do a little something different. They've always got like those kebabs that are prepared, ready to roll, put them right on the grill. Friendly staff, great prices. That's what Schnucks is all about, and they've done their best to keep prices lower during this difficult time in the grocery world. So stop by, see them, get the rewards app. I keep reminding folks, if you have it, it'll let you know when things are on sale that you typically buy. It keeps track of that in your phone. But on top of it, everyday savings. More than 2,300 items were knocked down, and those are permanent reductions in price. They're going to do their best to save you money when you shop at Schnucks. The Rewards app allows you to also get curbside delivery at home or curbside. Those are options. And then you'll save your points, rack them up every time you shop. You get points back. That's money in your pocket. Stop by and see them. I guarantee there's a Schnucks in your neighborhood where you can get everyday savings. Spencer Davis Group?
Yeah, nailed it.
I never really liked this song. I don't know why. Is that bad? Is that wrong of me?
Feels like a wedding song, right?
Maybe like Wedding Crashers probably played this.
It's a good montage song, I think.
We'll take your jukebox soundtrack thoughts. I do need to get better track of the randomness of this show, Doug. The amount of topics that are covered.
Well, here's one that's bothering me because we got Wimbledon on one of the TVs in the studio. The way the scoring, the 15, 30, 40, and you know where that comes from?
Ooh, no, give us a history lesson.
It's it originated in the early days of tennis. The scoreboard was actually a clock, an old-fashioned clock, and you win the first point, and they moved it down to 15. Second point, they moved it to 30. Next point, they moved it to 45. Then they realized if there was a tie at 45, they could never get to 60, so they moved 45 down to 40. Then when you win 2 more points, you go to 50, and the game's over.
Yeah.
I never knew that. So based on the clock that we're used to, 15, 30, 45, I never knew that.
This is crowdsourcing. What about love? Love being...
the term love, I didn't look that up.
Sorry.
I thought when Doug said he wanted to talk Wimbledon, I thought he was off air. Grouchy Doug said, "Oh, for God's sakes, it's called the Gentlemen's Semifinals."
Yeah, that's what they're putting up there.
It says on the screen.
Gentlemen's. Stop it with that.
Well, sorry.
Comes from the French word "louf," which means egg.
Nice. 0 looks like an egg.
Okay. That's taking it too far,
You
too.
don't like that?
No.
So you think that all of this is overhandling?
Well, the Gentlemen's Semifinals is nuts. That's got Masters elitism written all over it. Stop it.
But don't you think the Brits have a greater claim to this sort of...
Probably, yeah.
Pageantry?
Stodginess, pageantry.
Stodginess, it's a good word.
Don't they have a better claim to it than the folks in Augusta, Georgia?
Small town, southern Georgia town.
Yes. But I think, like, in their own ways, they are the peak pretentious, but they're also steeped in tradition.
Like, I don't mind it. Like, I want the Augusta folk to have that
you take the good with the
layer.
bad. Yeah.
And Wimbledon, I don't want them to say, "Hey, what's up, man? It's the men's finals." I want Wimbledon.
You want them to say it's the gentleman's final?
It's
Get
their
over
thing.
yourself.
What do you care?
I don't really care. It's just...
it bothers you, though.
A little
it
bit.
Shouldn't
Yes, just say
bother
the
you.
men's semifinals.
What if Misha next year at the tennis tournament says, the gentlemen's finals are up next?
What if you're not a gentleman?
It'll probably get like a lawsuit. Some family will be mad. Can't have gentlemen's finals.
You're just assuming he's a gentleman.
Wow.
What do they call the ladies? Is it women's semifinals?
I think it
is there
is the
some lady for?
women's.
Okay.
I think so. Because we have Amanda Anisimova.
Smooth.
American.
Oh, really?
Amanda we can't get a name to pronounce. We finally get an American in the finals.
Yeah.
Amanda Anisimova, who's from America, is in the women's finals. Last time we had a women from the U.S. in the Wimbledon final.
Serena?
Yes, 2019.
Yeah. Who else?
Was it just
right. When she won
just a
2018.
safe guess?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, American woman.
Can we name any others?
The greatest of all time.
That might have been there. Okay.
What?
Venus?
Capriati.
Like back then. Well, you're going way back
I'm
now.
kidding. I know. I'm just thinking great American. I think the point is we haven't had, because that Sabalenka was taken out by Anisimova. Trust me, I say these like 30 times before I go out on the set.
I don't want to come across as ageist.
Okay, here we go.
I'm asking in
Which means
general curiosity. When you guys were younger, was tennis a popular sport? A lot of people playing tennis?
Oh, we couldn't afford tennis. We were... Yeah, it hadn't been invented yet when I was young. We just played.
Hadn't been invented.
We played in the lava pools. Try not to burn the bottom of our feet. Get back to the cave by sundown.
Right, you were born in the Ice Age, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, the world was just starting to fall.
To be fair, Doug showed me a picture the other day of his grandparents, and they were in a covered wagon.
Yeah,
yes.
Flossie.
Yeah. Flossie and Elmer.
Yeah,
right there. It was like
covered
1901, 1902
wagon.
or something.
And now
covered
you're
wagon.
bitching about a lost remote for a fancy TV.
I can't find it. I don't know
Think
where it
about
is. Can't get the TV on.
People have texted as Doug found the remote. I'm like, well, he's not at home.
No,
I'm nervous about it for you.
I've given up.
Ruining the
That's why I
weekend.
ordered a new one. I've given up.
You got an estimated delivery date on that new one?
Tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I thought Amazon was like you hung up the phone and put down and they're like, they're here.
Yeah.
No, they said
AI
Saturday.
generated. Did they get away from dropping things from drone? Weren't they going to deliver by drone? Like
Yeah, I remember reading about that.
I don't need that.
Most
I don't need
items-
things falling out of the sky on
Wouldn't
me.
most items break?
Yeah, I think it's.
They got away from that.
I think that's still in the oven. I feel like.
Now instead, you get them parking in front of you, and then they just sprint to the door.
Oh, they're quick with it.
These folks delivering now could end up at U.S. Track and Field.
I had a guy once on my front porch at like 10:30 at night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I said, who in the world is out on our front porch? And it was a delivery
Well,
guy.
and they'll do it at 4 or 5 a.m. too.
Yeah, that's got to be dangerous
It
for
is
them.
dangerous. Kurt's on his way to the gym.
Well, there's a
3:30
lot
in
of
the
people who might grab a handgun if they thought someone was on their front porch at 3 in the morning.
It's true.
Or 10:30 at night.
Doug, if your remote was lost in your kitchen and you're looking around your kitchen, you're saying, maybe some new kitchen action?
I could find it if I'd had Collier and Thompson
There you go.
redo the kitchen and had a place for the remote.
Yeah, there you go.
They can do that for you. They can do anything in your house. Get your house spruced up. It'll just make you feel better. Collier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available for you. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's much more than just a job. They take great pride in everything that they do. They've got all kinds of 5-star reviews. Why, here's one from Robert. He said they treated him like family. Everyone was professional, informative, and detail-oriented. We are not just customers. We were treated as close friends and family, and they always treated us with great courtesy. That's how they do it. At Collier and Thompson, they've been doing it since the 1950s. Their people combined have more than 165 years of experience. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, the owners there, they've owned it for more than 20 years now. They do kitchens and bathrooms and basements and wine rooms and man caves, bars, accents, you name it. Anything in your house that needs redoing, Collier and Thompson can do it. And do it now while you still live there. Don't just fix up your house so you can move and then let the next guy enjoy it. Do it while you're still there. That's the way to go. Collier and Thompson got a great showroom. You get all kinds of great ideas from there. They're designers. Everyone at Collier and Thompson, just absolutely top of the line. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Doug's history lessons are always kind of suspect. He just doesn't know the years. That's from Who's.
No, I don't know the years.
Who's on first.
Well, this tennis scoring wasn't really a history lesson. I just read it.
I think they were kidding as well. I'm looking for Amanda Hug and Kiss. Amanda Hug and Kiss.
Simpsons
Simpsons
joke.
transcends.
Airball.
Well, no, they just said the Simpsons transcends.
Oh, okay, got it.
They were
Got it.
kinda
I thought
laughing.
they were okay.
No, I think they're saying
My
that
bad.
They signed off with the Simpsons transcend time because we were going through the names.
They do transcend time.
That's actually pretty funny. Simpsons still new episodes. I should know since I work
Season
at Fox.
36.
Is that right?
Season 36.
They still do a lot of cameos with celebrities
And didn't Plowsy's sister married one of the Simpsons sons, co-founder?
Yeah, like a daughter of, son of
one of the
producers, like one of the producers of it.
Mm-hmm.
Big money.
What about Deuce? When we're talking tennis terminology. Deuce, we're at the gentleman's.
Well, I've got that answer right here.
You guys big John
when
McEnroe
scores
guys?
are level, this term also goes back to the French origin. That a score a player, that doesn't make sense, at that score. A player will need to take 2 more points in a row to win a game.
Right, so deuce, meaning the 2 points, yeah. That one's a little more cut and dry. You McEnroe, were you...
Oh, I love John McEnroe.
I mean, instant entertainment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember my uncle showed me him for the first time probably 10 years ago. And
Screaming at officials?
I could watch that forever. I could watch tennis, people playing tennis yelling at the referee in that super high lifeguard chair all day.
They used to do it a lot.
To be kidding me.
Oh, it's so funny.
He's such a little brat.
McEnroe, but like there's a ton
Everybody
of them.
hated him back in the day.
Really?
Oh, yeah, he was the villain. Everyone rooted whoever McEnroe was playing against.
When you think about Wimbledon, what we're making fun of is the stodginess, they're kind of genteel. And then you got this American up there with a headband and afro screaming at everybody, just the petulant little brat tennis kid. And we loved it.
Yeah.
But everybody else hated him. But yeah, Jimmy Connors, local guy. Jimmy Connors, John McEnroe, and then Bjorn Borg was like the greatest. And he quit at like 28 or something.
Something like that.
Won all these Wimbledons. He just walked away. The old wooden tennis racket gave way. I think I used to be, to your question, whether we played it or not growing up, I think a little bit. If there was like a park nearby that had tennis.
Had ping pong was around by that time. Yeah.
Ping pong?
Yeah, table tennis.
Sure it was.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That goes way back, right?
What?
I think, but that's a more approachable form of tennis.
More approachable.
I don't know.
You don't have to sweat.
I've never equated the two.
It is. It's a
net sport, but it's 1,000 miles away from tennis.
It's
tennis is
table
actually
tennis.
a
It's the name of the sport. It's table tennis.
We're like one segment away from Jackson looking at me and Doug and saying, "So did you guys have electricity and stuff?"
Nonsense. I'm not a goofball. When that was coming out of my mouth, I was thinking of Forrest Gump playing ping pong for the military, and I was like, "Oh,
I know what you want to do. You're trying to get to that Tom Hanks.
No, I'm not.
deck.
I'm not. We're just hanging out.
You guys remember Anna Kournikova? She was fun to watch.
Oh, of course.
She was here promoting an event. We were in Clayton, a press conference.
Yeah, I remember that.
And Frank asked her, I wish we had this audio. He said, Frank Cusimano, News Channel 5. What is it like to play tennis at a high level, but to also know that people are, sort of looking at you? And she said, well, you're looking at me right now. It was a Will Clark female version of awkwardness. It was just epic. All right, we'll take a break, come back, talk a little Cardinals. They got the win over the Nationals. They got the series win, which Doug says is the most important thing.
It isn't really.
In fact, Jackson on the Stiefel dossier is updated the Cardinals, what he calls the real record. They're now 16, 12, and 2.
They were sitting at 15 series wins for way too long.
Too long.
Yeah.
Got the series win. Now the Braves are in town for the weekend. Cards are 50 and 44. They are 28 and 18, playing well at home. It's not equaled. Better attendance. We've discussed that ad nauseum. I did want to tell Tim, if he were here, the hitting coach for the Washington Nationals, they were in town. Darnell Coles.
Oh, yeah.
Which is one of Tim's favorite names just throughout there.
Absolutely.
And I think it dates back to, he played for the Cardinals for like a week or a month.
Yeah, a cup of coffee.
And then Fox Midwest, one of their post games one year, postseason coverage, they used Darnell Coles as like their insider. And we're like, of all the former players. And I think that's why it's still a name referenced here on the show at all times. All right, we'll take a break. It's the Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen. We have the email of the day about a half hour from now. You can still fire those off. It's the Morning After at Inside STL. It's the Morning After at Inside STL. The email of the day presented by Design Air.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It was founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and they now have the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater, of course. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and is a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. It's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
you can see.
Love Marvin Gaye.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best of all time.
Mm-hmm.
For a number of reasons. Rolling through that Big Chill soundtrack, Jackie Papers stumbled into our music theme here. Sometimes it's bangers, sometimes it's birthdays.
I played The Wait by the band.
Which you can never go wrong.
And I was like, man. And then obviously Big Chill came to mind. I was like, oh, heard it through the grapevine. And at that point, I was like, you know what? Let's just run through the Big Chill soundtrack.
Didn't Marvin Gaye's dad kill him?
Yeah, I think so.
Get stabbed by like his father?
Oh.
Was he stabbed or shot? We'll take your calls.
And Sam Cooke was murdered right outside of a hotel. Yeah, it's brutal.
If you ever go through the catalog of Sam Cooke,
It's unbelievable.
Oh my God!
He's
Might do that today.
Nothing
Just
better.
listen to a bunch of Sam
old
Cooke.
records. Find your old iPod with the brick with the battery pack on the back, and just roll through that.
Wait, I can picture myself still going to the treadmill at the gym and my just short pocket just hanging down because that thing weighed 20 pounds. The iPod with the charger connected to it. Teammate brought to you by Brian and Crouppen. Email today coming your way in about a half hour. We're here till 11 o'clock. BK and Ferrario on deck. Tim back from vacation next week, I think on Tuesday. We're doing our best, right? Without
I think
Tim,
we're doing great.
we're just doing our best. That's all
I
we
was
can
looking
do.
at Marvin Gaye stuff. If you've never seen his national anthem he sang at an NBA All-Star game way back when, check that out on YouTube. It's the greatest
amazing.
national anthem you'll ever hear.
Yeah. We played it. I can't remember. We played it
in New
here.
Jersey?
Sounds right. Newark?
I thought it was in the New Jersey host. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
No,
I don't know. Where was that, Doug, when he said? I wanted to say it was the Nets were hosting.
I don't remember where it was.
I thought you were on the page. Jeez.
Well, it doesn't. It's not giving me that national. It just made me think of that national anthem.
Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You type in Marvin Gaye, the first thing that comes up, national anthem.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's so good.
Okay.
All right.
Famously sang the Star Spangled Banner at the 1983 NBA All-Star Game. The event took place at the Forum in Inglewood, California. Like I said, it was at the Forum in Inglewood. God, there's a lot of text that just this show's all over the place.
That's right.
And then the text line often reflects that.
Sure.
All over the place. Big day for Jackson. A lot of people saying thank you, shout outs because he's been changing names. This is your cutoff here for the month of July. If you want to get in on the inbox, you want a name change, or you want your text to have a name, this is it. The text line is 314-399-9646. Cards beat the Nats on Thursday night. There was a big crowd. Somebody did text us earlier. Shout out to the local kid, Drew Millis, who is from Belleville, went to Belleville East.
He also went to Wolf Branch Middle School, principaled by one Jeff Burkett.
Oh, did we talk about this? No?
Dad's his principal.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Drew Millis, catcher for the Nationals, played at Missouri State, and he's been with the Nats the last couple of years, been up and down. I think he's played about 30, 40 big league games, but he was with the Nats last week, and then he got sent down over the weekend. And he knew they were coming to Busch. Like, oh, my God, are you kidding me? And then Sunday night, he got called back up. We did a nice piece on the 2 Fox last night. Shout out Kevin Ryan's. Talked to mom and dad what it's like to be there. And he talked to Drew, who said, man, I went to games at Busch as a kid. I love Yadier Molina. So he got the start last night. He had a great, really good defensive stop, and he got a base hit as well. And then Jackson, it's named the pitcher for the Nats that's from Rockwood Summit, Rutledge. Oh, my gosh. If it was Jackson, I probably would have remembered it. But so we had 2 local kids in town. Nonetheless, Cards win the game, win the series. Braves are here now for the weekend. Cards currently 5.5 back in the division, 1 back in the Wild 3, which is Giants, Padres, Cardinals, all of them currently fighting for the 1 spot. You're 1 behind San Francisco. Ollie Marmol talking about Miles Mikolas. Clearly it was a bounce-back start and then some.
Had everything working, stayed out of the middle. To your point, I think retired 13 in a row or so. Just did a really nice job, man. A lot of comebackers, a lot of ground balls to first, a lot of soft contact. It was the changeup, especially against this lineup with as many lefties that are in there. Changeup was a really good pitch for him. Threw 12 of those, 11 for strikes. The sweeper was a good one. Used it appropriately. Got the punch out on Abrams with that. So I thought he mixed well enough to keep them off balance, and we needed it, man. We talked enough about it. We needed him to have a bounce back type of an outing, and that's exactly what he did.
Base hit.
By the way, Jackson Rutledge, his first name is Jackson.
Nice.
The pitcher for the Nationals. He went to Rockwood Summit. He was a first-round pick.
Super cool.
A few years back. So Miles Mikolas, 5 2/3, 2 hits, and struck out 6. Had him chasing there, Doug. Had him guessing. Eric Fedde is going to pitch on Saturday. I think people saw that yesterday, thought it was an Onion headline. And I guarantee Derek Gould probably thought he's just reporting the facts.
Right.
It's the greatest clickbait you could possibly have.
Right, and this is coming out before Miles Mikolas' start.
Correct.
Before the win.
Right, so the timing of that's pretty bad because, what is this organization even doing? Like I said, for Mikolas, this was his 3rd chance to get it right. 2 bad ones in a row. Here's number 3. Got it figured out. Fedde's had the 3. They're going to roll him out for a 4th. Don't get it. Just don't get it at all. So Michael McGreevy's just sitting down in Memphis. We always talk about a pleasant gentleman, Lucan Baker, who is the all-time home run leader for your AAA franchise. And he told us at spring training, you don't really want to be known for that.
No.
All-time home run leader. And Michael McGreevy at some point, and I know his last start here was against the Cubs. He wasn't great. I don't know how he'll do.
Right.
I'm not even guaranteeing.
But you got to see.
Well, I'm not guaranteeing greatness from Michael McGreevy. I'm saying he should be here, even if he gets his teeth kicked in a couple of times in a row. This is the season to find out.
Right. He's not 22.
He's 25.
Just turned 25.
You're a McGreevy honk.
I am a McGreevy honk because it fits what they've told me the narrative. It's not just me.
Yeah. I'm
saying I agree with you. Let's play some of these young guys, except he's not that young, and he's a first-round pick. And when he's been here for the most part, he's been pretty good.
And we interviewed him down in Jupiter when we were at spring training. And he's like a guy, if he can catch a little fire, become a mainstay in the rotation for years to come, I think he's going to become a fan favorite. He's super introspective and intelligent and incredibly well-spoken. Like, he's the kind of guy that would get people fired up. And we talk about attendance issues. Like, a guy like Michael McGreevy and more young, homegrown starters, I think, would play a huge factor in that. That's not a shot at Eric Fedde.
But it kind of shouldn't matter. But in this situation they're in, it probably does matter.
It's all, I mean, for a multitude of reasons. Like, you feel like Michael McGreevy should be starting on Saturday. But
because he's been pretty good when he was here, because he's a first-round pick, because he's not getting any younger, and because you said this is the season for runway, and Fedde makes $7.5 million, which is nowadays in baseball nothing.
That's less than Steven Matz.
I would say Mikolas is more the contract plays, and Doug pointed it out earlier. Mikolas does have a little bit of a resume here of success, not overwhelmingly, but he made.
There's a reason they gave him a big contract.
Well, and they probably shouldn't have done the extension, but he made the All-Star team twice. He's been here for a while, and you've seen him at times be a pretty decent pitcher. Fedde doesn't have that resume here, so what are you pointing to? And again, the theory is that he can raise his trade value by getting the chance to go out there. And I would argue, even if he's great the next 2 starts, what are you going to get in return? Maybe the market's desperate for pitching. I just don't think you're going to get anything that really changes the course of your franchise when this kid in Memphis might be a future star.
Yeah, agreed.
You drafted him in the first round. I don't get it. Labeled this segment, we don't get it.
His last start, obviously, was there against the Cubs, talking about McGreevy. 4 2/3, 5 earned runs, 7 hits, struck out 1. Obviously, not a great start. But the one before that against the White Sox, he went 5 innings, gave up only 1 run.
Right. And
faced the Dodgers, gave up 4 runs in 6 innings. There you are. That's the difference between facing 2 of the better clubs in the league and one of the worst.
I think looking at the big picture as well, and maybe this is an obvious point to make, but when you talk about if you're someone out there who complains about the Cardinals and the way they spend money, I think a part of it over the last couple of years is because you've had to spend, $10 million a piece for some of these pitchers who are over 30 or sometimes over 35, who you're paying $10 million to for 1 year to essentially eat innings. And you could have, 3 starting pitchers who are homegrown making a lot less money, and you can spend that elsewhere, like spending money on rental pitching is, I think, growing a little tired for most of the fan base. Certainly for me.
Maybe we can get Tommy Edman back. Ha, 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 from the 618.
He's been hurt about half the year.
Everyone gets 1 free redo.
Right.
Well, would you use the 1 free redo? That's a clearing the deck question.
Ooh,
Past 10 years.
Write it down.
Past
Save
10
that.
years. Think about that. Who would you use the redo?
Quote, probably shouldn't have done well, Mo has said it's the Zach Gallen Alcantara.
Really?
Even though he got Ozuna, just
really?
Because it's quality pitching.
Yeah, I get it.
And they've been chasing
And they
pitching.
didn't win when they didn't win the whole thing when Ozuna was here.
Quote, probably shouldn't have done the extension. If I had $1 for every time someone said that about a Mo extension, I'd own the bleeping team.
Oh.
And they'd win from the 309.
Yeah, everybody thinks if they were just in charge, they'd make all the right calls. Doesn't work that way.
Right.
It's not an exact science, obviously.
Sure.
Well, they got the draft coming up. With the 5th pick in the draft, Cardinals have. They rarely pick that high.
And that was an odd thing, just the bouncing balls or whatever they used. They were not in the mix for the 5th overall pick. That was a huge
I see
upset.
The latest mock draft I looked at had him picking a shortstop. I said, we got enough shortstops. Can we please pick a pitcher?
Don't they say?
Can you please get somebody who throws about 100 miles an hour somewhere?
Don't they say in the first round you should just always draft best talent available?
Yeah, they always do. And then if you do that, then you wind up without any pitching.
They got good pitching?
And the last few guys they picked, I guess Weatherholt is performing very well, but the outfielder the year before, haven't heard his name
Chase
since
Davis?
they picked him. Yeah.
I think he's still
Springfield-ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Josh Baez, he's been showing a lot of
Takes
power.
Jordan
Get
Walker
some
homer last
pitching.
night in Springfield, Doug. Think about it.
Okay, there's another minor league home run.
If we don't get Ozuna, we don't get to see the Gold Glove defense and the home run robberies. Remember him climbing the wall, maybe the greatest wall climb.
It's really like if you were to make top 5 Cardinal moments of the last decade,
That's got to be one of them.
that's got like honorable mention.
Climbing the
Ozuna.
wall. Look at the catch I'm about to make. Oops. The ball
And then-
barely got to the warning
and it was
track.
not a graceful dismount.
No. Mm-mm. Somehow he was a Gold Glover the year before in Miami. What in the world? I mean, the guy couldn't hardly throw at all.
Chairman Kurt made an outstanding Photoshop of like MLB The Show video game, and there was Ozuna falling down off the wall. That was some of your finest work, Chairman.
Well, my understanding is the backstory there, the Cardinals called about Yelich, and the Miami GM at the time said, and I have this on good authority, that they were told, we're not trading Yelich. They said, all right, fine. So then they did Ozuna, who was not their first choice.
Stan was their first choice, right?
Yeah, and then, yes, I guess Stan, who was never going to come here,
Right.
they flew to L.A. to meet him. And I thought, well, that's a bad sign if you're trying to get him to move to St. Louis, and he's not even meeting you in St. Louis. But they were told Yelich isn't going anywhere. So, okay, fine, we'll take Ozuna. And then they traded Yelich to a team in your division, one of your bitter rivals.
Yeah. Who had an MVP season, I think.
Who, Yelich?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's such a crazy outfield. I know people talk about that, like that Marlins team when you had Stanton, Yelich, and Ozuna in the outfield. And a pretty good team around it. Obviously, the death of Jose Fernandez is tragic and changed the trajectory of that organization in a major way. But that was a really good team.
Those three together. The Royals were like that. I think it was Jermaine Dye, Beltran. Gosh, I'm forgetting somebody else, but like all great players who were all eventually going to be shipped out.
Yeah, right.
And that's how the Expos back. And they had Raines and Dawson.
Yeah.
Maybe some Marty.
Randy Johnson they got rid of.
Oh, the amount of former Expos that just littered up Gary Carter, I mean, just around baseball. They were all studs. We haven't had any straight to the sun references yet.
My brother texted me last night. He goes, some of these listeners are going to have to ship themselves to the sun after all the talk.
I do enjoy that as an insult. Johnny Damon, that's who it was. Johnny Damon, I think Jermaine Dye, along with Carlos Beltran, were all in the Royals at a time they were small market,
and then
money.
Damon went to Oakland, right?
Before
going
Boston,
to Boston,
I
and then
think,
Boston, New York. A wild kind of trajectory.
I think Chuck Marlowe had a Johnny Damon story. They were down in he and his wife, Chuck, were down in Branson, and there was something like you got like a shuttle ride from the resort to your car or something like that. And he said they hop in the shuttle, and this guy hops in at the last minute and says, hey, what's up? And his wife's like, oh, he's kind of cute. And he's like, is that Johnny Damon? And they shared a shuttle ride, Doug, in Branson. Yeah.
Why would you prepare for a show?
We don't. Damon had some good years in Boston.
I'm a solid St. Louis 9.
I don't know that you are, Chuck.
Wait, Tim's not back until Tuesday? Not soon enough. That's from Big Tuft. Big Tuft, I would say, is a pretty loyal lemming.
The playoffs started today. The Blues would play the Blackhawks, who knocked them out in the first round last season.
That was a stand-up, you could tell. Couldn't think of what else to say, so you just go to the schedule.
Very few people can be on local news.
This is true.
It's a little less true, maybe this.
And now it's just about anyone they can get.
Oh,
no,
Doug,
that's not fair.
No, that's not
you're
fair
doing a
at all.
fine job.
Jeez,
You're doing
stop,
a fine job.
Doug's Bunyan said you pick the best available player, and then you can trade them down the line. Okay, so we have draft experts texting into the show.
That's just always what I've heard.
And how's that working out? If you don't get top pitching, then you don't. If you don't draft top pitching, young pitching, it's hard to ever get it.
Chasing it. Chase Davis has a 38% strikeout rate. All right, so he's ready.
Okay.
Sounds like he's ready.
That's why it's really hard, I think, to pick young hitters, especially high school hitters.
Yeah, right.
Because you don't know what they're facing. Are they facing people throwing 90 or throwing 70? It's really hard to pick. A high school pitcher who's throwing 95 is going to throw that anywhere. A little easier.
Right. And when you're a pitcher, it's the exact same. But high school, you're using metal bats.
Yeah.
And then you have college using metal bats. Now you're using.
And I know they look at tools. They look at arm strength and how fast he's swinging the bat and that kind of thing.
What was the scouting breakdown on you, Doug? Former college ball player.
Heck of a player. Deserves,
5-tool.
Should be a number one pick.
Yeah.
And somehow got overlooked for like all 50 rounds.
Right.
Were you scrappy?
Well, he was a pinch runner who got picked off.
Yeah, God, I probably fell down the draft board at that point.
Kind of Colton Wong ahead of your time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I bet all those people picked ahead of you didn't take old Tom Seaver deep.
Horrible walk of shame.
I thought you were setting him up for a commercial, the way you were talking. I've heard you say.
But I'll set up Tim to talk about our friends at 100
Here's
West
Tim, Big
Dental.
Tough. Here's Tim.
100 West Dental is online at 100westdental.com, and you can find them on Manchester in Baldwin with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. 100westdental.com. You don't even need to pick up the phone and call them to schedule an appointment. Just go online, open up that calendar, and in you go to the time that works for you. I have been to those 100 West Dental offices. Super impressive. The technology is second to none. The office does not look like the stereotypical dentist office. It's all new technology, all new design. It's 100 West Dental. You got to get in and see the dentist. I know it's something that people don't necessarily want to do, but dental health impacts the overall body's health. Make sure your teeth are checked up with 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. That is 100westdental.com.
I think Jackie is filing it for another day for clearing the deck, but the redos, if you can go back, and then a texter said redo, you got to have Petro staying with the Blues.
Yeah.
The Cards are done.
You can take it. Yeah, you could take that to any St. Louis sports. You could take it to the Rams of yesteryear.
Doug, the Cards are done.
Oh, I don't know about that.
This club is not done.
Okay.
In fact, if we can just get hot, we can get in this wild card baby.
We can just get into the wild card baby. Wilson Contreras was on the field with the Cat after the game, and I think he said something about we're playing mad now.
Love
we
that.
want to play mad.
He's had some of the best sound bites all year.
He's great to talk to. He's got a chip out as well.
Yeah, I've seen those potato chips being sold out there. You a potato chip guy, Doug?
Oh, gosh, no. Potato chips? Oh, no.
What about corn chips? Mexican restaurant, you go and chips and salsa beforehand.
Those, yeah.
Oh, it's the best.
You can't stop.
You can't, but if I order 3 tacos, that's not enough food. So I can supplement it with chips and salsa.
And they just keep bringing it, too, usually.
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe you get a little queso dip going.
If they're really solid, they give you your own salsa bowl, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, they might give you like some sort of carafe.
Oh, yeah, I like that. You can pour it.
Salsa, and then you have your own little bowl.
A carafe. Excuse me, what vintage is that? Neil Allen, Craig Paquette. I'm turning 50 tomorrow. How about a birthday shout out? Shout out to Neil Allen, Craig Paquette. Are you not doing birthdays?
No.
50th birthday, though. That's
about I come down there and see you guys.
That's when it starts to go sour for you. 50.
Oh, there's your shout out.
Yeah. The hair will start to fall out. Wrinkles will start coming in. Yeah, your teeth might get crooked again. That's what you have to look forward to.
It's my birthday in 3 days.
Happy birthday.
Oh, Mike Lee with a show.
You get a
That's how it all started for me. It was a Mike Lee birthday. We talked about it for a year. It's in late November, I remember.
Right, it's always around Thanksgiving.
Yep. And I showed up at that party.
Right, Steak and Shake, if I had to guess.
No, it was at Ozzy's, the party was. Hello, Jackson. Please put my name down as Glue Guy.
Glue guy?
We had a reference or request ever before for glue guy.
I like a glue guy. You know, that was always kind of if I was being picked in the draft, you know, that would be what they'd say about me. They'd talk about my intangibles, glue guy. Don't look at the stats because they're not going to.
I don't think they're looking for that when they draft people.
It's their loss.
Good attitudes.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you don't have.
Plucky.
I don't think plucky gets it either.
Nimble?
No. If you don't have exceptional tools, they don't care much about the glue guy thing.
Yeah. Great in the room. That's what they'd say about me if I played hockey.
That's if you make it there and then you're only a mediocre player. You got to get there, be mediocre, and then maybe you can be a glue guy.
All right. Fair enough.
Guys, I almost have a TMA bingo. I just need Jackson to use some vocabulary that's above his pay grade. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer.
Carafe is kind of a.
I think carafe.
I dig
nice
pretty
try.
deep in my bag for that one.
You were dancing.
That's like a word I haven't probably said in 4 years.
Is this segment 10-2 or 10-1? We're
Yeah,
in
we'll take a
10-2.
break.
So we're properly in 10-2. We've done a much better job of aligning. We get a little sideways now and then.
But before we do go to break, and before we do the Design Air heating and cooling email today, I do want to tell people about the giveaway that we're giving away for Major League Pickleball for our Design Air heating and cooling email today. 101 ESPN has your shot to score a pair of 4-day passes for Major League Pickleball, sponsored by Stella Artois, next Thursday, July 17th through next Sunday, July 20th at Chaffetz Arena. It's hosted by the hometown St. Louis Shock. This event will be the largest indoor pro pickleball event ever. And 101 listeners can also get a special discount on single-day and 4-day tickets by using the code WXOS. Find out all the details and a bonus chance to win free tickets for Major League Pickleball at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. That's the giveaway for today's Design Air heating and cooling email today.
And that email today is coming up right here on TMA. The Morning After, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals are back in action following the win in the series win over the Nationals as the Atlanta Braves come to town for a 7:15 first pitch at Busch Stadium with Matthew Liberatore head to the mound for the Cardinals. Those are their Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Have we talked about the fact that CCR is from Northern California, but every song is about the bayou? Doug, have you got to the bottom of that with your history lessons?
I'll look it up.
Change my name to Doug's History Lessons.
I love CCR.
Before the window closes, could Jackson officially make my moniker Big Bad, please and thank you? Is Big Bad taken?
I'm also going to give another grace period at the beginning of next week.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Why? Because you've been too busy?
Well, it's tough. I haven't been as locked in on it as I usually am, and I want to make sure people get their names in there. So there'll be a little grace period next week. So if I don't get to it today, just know it'll come.
Whatever happened to Jackson being the ad man for Lee's Fried Chicken? Well, that was during the Battlehawks season.
Yeah.
It was a Battlehawks tie-in.
Lee's famous chicken.
Sorry.
That's right.
Oh, boy, they had some good chicken.
Still do, yeah.
And very famous for it.
Good work this week, boys. Thanks for the entertainment. That's from Moe's Hidden Gem. Okay.
Okay, I don't know how that one got mixed in there. That's an upset.
Let's see. Did you guys all know that Bib Netanyahu grew up a Philadelphia Eagles fan? Go Birds.
Bibi, not Bib. Bibi
I think it's
Netanyahu.
spelled. I think it's a B-I-B. Did he put the I on there?
Okay.
I thought it was missing an I, but Bibi Netanyahu. Is that true that Netanyahu grew up an Eagles fan?
Someone said, John Cusick said in the Mikolas Ultra YouTube chat, would AI/hologram Tim be an acceptable short-term solution? And it said anything is better than no Tim.
You think we'll all be replaced someday by AI? Even shows like this?
I don't think replaced, no.
This is a tough one to generate as an AI show.
Yeah,
The AI version will be like, welcome back to Big Blonde Grubville Clamor.
And you just shake the dice and
they just kind of get it all jumbled
I don't know.
together.
I suppose AI, you could have sports hot takes.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
I think AI could probably look at a box score and then print you out a acceptable version of the game story.
But could they couldn't talk about their lost remote and entertain millions with the stories of technology gone.
Well, maybe
by the
that's
wayside,
true.
You know,
wouldn't waste people's time with that kind of story.
Oh,
I waste a lot of time looking for it.
Really nice message here in the Mikolas Ultra YouTube chat. I wanted you, the boys, to know that there are people out there that appreciate your effort at entertaining us all day. I am not one of them. I thought about a couple of times, but there are people out there. That's from Adam Welly.
There are
YouTube
people
chat.
out there.
That's really nice.
I'm not one of them, but there are people out there.
There are people.
Doug, I asked ChatGPT to give me a scorching hot sports takes on the Cardinals.
What did it say?
The St. Louis Cardinals are no longer a premier baseball franchise. They're just Midwest nostalgia bait clinging to reputation instead of results.
That's a take. Ow. Let me put on the mittens.
Wow.
On the hot tape.
But also, that's not bad. That's a.
It goes on to say the Cardinal way is now a marketing slogan, not a philosophy that wins championships. They've become the baseball equivalent of Blockbuster Video, iconic in the past, outdated in the present.
Oh, my God.
I'm telling you, we're all in trouble.
Scathing.
Wow.
They wasted the primes of Goldschmidt and Arenado, handed out legacy contracts like it's a country club, looking at you, Yachty and Waino, and continue to think they can win with 1980s pitching depth in a modern era. And don't even get me started on their front office. It's like they think analytics are a liberal conspiracy.
Oh,
God.
What
this thing's better than we are.
Last line, the
God.
Busch Stadium sellout crowds, more loyal than logical. It's a shrine to past glory with a AAA caliber rotation.
Okay, it's getting too hot now.
Put
I
a
wanna
governor
hear
on
any
that
more of
thing.
it.
Oh, my God.
That's really good.
Hit the e-brake.
So, yes, I think we can be replaced.
I think so.
Wow.
But is it an aggregate of a bunch of takes that have taken place out there?
Then it asks, too hot, or should we turn up the flame on Moselak's fashion sense next?
Oh, I've only got one set of hot take mittens. So
Yeah,
let's
seriously,
not,
I gotta
no more,
I gotta
please.
Burn my ears. We're about to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and then BK Ferrari at the top of the hour. But before that, Tim's going to tell us about our friend James Carlton.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is my insurance agent and has been for almost 6 years now. And I would love for James and his team to become your insurance agent as well. Once you make the switch, you will be thrilled. They do all the paperwork for you, and all of a sudden you're going, holy smokes, I'm saving more money than I ever anticipated. That's right. That's what they can do for you. You have nothing to lose by just calling there and talking to James or one of his team members and seeing what they can do for you. And I have gotten so many emails over the years from TMA listeners who said, man, I didn't expect this, but I am saving so much money. And that's what James and James Carlton's team can do for you. It's James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm.
ChatGPT gets the email of the day. Don't even read the others. I was thinking it sounded a bit like an email of the day.
That's funny.
ChatGPT must be a Cubs fan. It's from Cronky's Cuckstash. Okay. Enjoy the weekend, gents. Really appreciate all you do to keep the workday rolling. That's from the Sixers. And I was waiting for the hammer to drop, much like there are people out there that appreciate you. Just I'm not one of them.
Yeah.
Now, this was just a straightforward thank you. Enjoy the weekend, gents. Appreciate all you do to keep the work day rolling. You guys have done a great job this week without Tim. Who needs Tim? But then it put question mark.
Nonsense.
Curb stomp. Tim's back next Tuesday. Was that from John Christ? That would be a call.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Right.
Comedian who was in town saying you can't make fun of the Cardinals. All right, before we get way off line, let's stay on time.
Let's do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Dear Jackson, I'm in a bit of a predicament. I've been listening to my friend Doug for years. We're so close. In my mind, he just always seems to say what I'm thinking. But there's one tiny problem. I'm secretly growing feelings for him just by listening to his velvety voice. Every time he says something like, we get it, or 20% tariff, I smile. But inside, I'm mentally planning a meetup complete with a mariachi band and a cake that looks like a giant burrito. He's constantly oblivious to my feelings, maybe because I am just a listener. And I'm starting to worry that I'm going to accidentally blur the lines between platonic and potentially asking him to be my partner in crime. Oh, what should I do, Jackson? Is it time to confess my feelings for Doug? Or should I just keep pretending I don't look at him and think, yeah, he's the guy I want to get under a blanket at the movie theater with.
Okay.
Even if he steals all the popcorn and watches things with subtitles. Signed, totally not in love with Doug. Definitely not. Just kidding. Doug, all in fun. Love the show, boys. That's from Fastlane U, Phil of the 618.
Fastlane Phil.
Phil of the 618.
A little creepy with his Doug. It's okay.
Okay.
Inhales deeply, exhales loudly. Sounds of ruffling. Inhales deeply, exhales loudly. Various mouth noises. Cut to commercial. Thanks, Nan Young, #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Ting Ting 73. You better believe we all have summer content, Mr. Martin. Kick on by the YouTube page, drop a like, smash the subscribe, and tickle the bell for notifications. Then stick around for a replay of that heavy breathing bit. Premium subs unlock a whisper rendition of that live read that was supposed to be a read. Snip, snip, clip, clip, squish, squash, swoosh, bitches. That's from Brian Henshin.
Is it really? Brian Henshin.
He's the #1 Asian intern, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, this email is in Spanish, so I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
You know what? Is this, you speak Spanish, Chairman. Is this okay to read?
Yeah.
Okay. Hola, señor. KG soy Otown. También considerado como el oficial. I can't do this, dude. I can't speak Spanish. I'm not reading I don't speak Spanish.
You may give it a go.
Yeah, if you have it in front of you.
Hola, señor KG. Soy Otown, también conocido como el oficial superior de cumplimiento de la propaganda de TMA. Usted, señor, es un tirano. Ha suprimido la voluntad del pueblo y ha silenciado sus voces. Esto no solo es un escándalo, sino una afrenta descarada a los valores de una sociedad libre. Francamente, es antiamericano. Debería darle vergüenza. Respetuosamente indignado, Clarence.
Clarence from Clarence.
And so now people are thinking this is like the Dota when we accidentally played ESPN, and people are looking down going, did I just click on the Spanish button?
What was the gist of that?
To sum it up, Doug, it says, hey, you guys suck.
I'm a tyrant. I've suppressed the voice of the people. It's not just a scandal, but a blatant affront to the value of a free society.
This show is?
He's talking about a filtered file.
Oh,
the filtered file.
You are. Okay, sorry you had to hear that.
KG has been called.
I liked a nice Spanish interlude.
I didn't mind
there.
it.
Well read.
Yeah, very well read. Hello, all. The time was 7:53. I was on my way to my next stop during a commercial break thinking, thank God I will be able to hear Tim's beautiful voice soon, as we only get a couple minutes of show. But what I hear is definitely not Tim. What can only be described as potentially Doug's grunts come through. Now, I'm very familiar with Doug's grunts as we spent lots of time together, but the listeners were probably left confused. This was just one example of a lazy Friday. When I was hard on you this week, I was like a coach during preseason trying to get his team to a certain fitness level before the season. I feel like I couldn't get you there, and that's my fault. Doug, how can you hype up Mikolas, lose your remote, and not put forth effort to reach your dangly arms behind the TV to hit the button? Jackie, I normally love your drops, but this week was a soft 4.3 out of 10. That's fair. I expected great things from this group today, and it just didn't happen. You'll have one more day to break these bad habits before Tim shows up. John Kelly was my first introduction to hockey, and specifically the Blues. I was 11 when I watched my first Blues game and got to watch Panger and Kelly together and was hooked ever since. Hearing the news this morning felt like the end of an era, and I wish nothing but the best for John and his family. Who knows, maybe he could join the 101 team someday. Thanks. That's from the Average Size Shabangas.
Average Size Shabangas.
Went from doing material, being funny, sarcastic, then to kind of like serious ending.
It's the best of both worlds. This show is legitimately awful. In the old days, it was kind of bad, like cute bad. Now it's just bad. Here's an idea. Let Chairman join you guys on camera while Tim's out. The sexual tension between KG, Doug, Martin, as their love triangle plays out live on YouTube would really be something to see. Maybe Martin can pop his top off. Just a thought. Have a good weekend, boys. That's from the JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf Coach.
And Doug, that's what we got for the Design Air Heating Cooling Day.
Well, I enjoy a Spanish email, so I'm going to go for Clarence.
Martin?
I was thinking about Clarence as well, just because it was a nice twist, something new.
Nice
but
twist.
I feel like Jackson's going in a different direction.
We have a Speaker of the House, so feel free to go anywhere you like.
There was one that was creeping out on Phil. Phil was creeping out on Doug. Number one Asian intern. Average size Shabos. There's a joke. Here we go. Spanish guy. Sorry.
Clarence?
Yeah.
Clarence wins.
Okay.
Clarence wins. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's what we got, fellas.
That's all we need.
It's a great week.
It's not only all we got. That's all we need, pal.
It was a great week.
Great week.
It's about all you could squeeze into 4 hours.
Yeah.
It was a soft 4.3 on the drop meter. That's a tough one.
That's about fair,
because 4.3 is harsh enough, and then it's a soft 4.3.
Yeah, like it's
even worse.
Like they're being generous.
They were generously giving you the 4.3.
The best take came from Chat GPT.
Certainly the hottest.
That hurts.
That was hauntingly good. It really just nailed all the
And that probably spit it out in, what, 30 seconds or less?
Less.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That nailed all the
what
key
a world.
points.
All right, boys. Well, I hope you all have a great weekend. And we'll be back with this crew Monday, Tim back Tuesday, BK and Ferrari at the top of the hour. This has been the Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown Crouppen.